Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going live to the House of Commons in Canada for a debate, special debate tonight on the war on Iran. Let's pick up the live feed. Just getting underway in the House of Commons. This kicking off now with the Foreign Affairs Minister.
Hostilities currently taking place in Iran and in the entire Middle East region, as well as the real impact on Canadians abroad. The situation in the region evolves with each passing hour. The attack and reprisals have dragged many countries into this conflict and continues to expand.
Repeated waves of missile and drone attacks. Civilian infrastructure, including airports, ports, and energy facilities, have been damaged and blatantly targeted by Iran. Maritime traffic in the Persian Gulf has been disrupted, with the Strait of Hormuz essentially closed. The risks of even further escalation are real, Mr. Speaker. Millions of civilians across the region, including Canadians, are now living under the threat of violence and instability. Canada condemns attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. International law must be respected by all parties. The focus must be on rapid de-escalation. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada considers for a long time the Iran Islamic Republic as one of the main sources of instability and terrorism in the Middle East. The actions of the regime has caused a lot of suffering, both in Iran and in the entire region.
GC shot down Flight PS 752, Mr. Speaker. The terrorist regime murdered 176 civilians, including 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. 6 years later, the regime has still failed to fully comply with the investigation and continues to deny accountability. Within Iran, the regime has severely restricted the rights of women and girls and the basic freedoms to which every human being is entitled. Mr. Speaker, today, the day after International Women's Day, I want to take a moment to recognize the brave women of Iran who are fighting every day for equality and for justice. Canada stands with you.
In these last months, the regime intensified its suppression of peaceful protests, reducing protesters to silence and journalists as well, and intimidating others. Once again, lives were lost, and the regime did not listen to our calls. Canada has always condemned these actions and will continue to support the people of Iran in their fight for human rights and freedom.
Has taken strong action to hold the Iranian regime to account. First, let me point to the listing of the IRGC in June 2024 as a terrorist organization under the Criminal Code of Canada. Canada has also listed the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah as terrorist organizations under the Criminal Code of Canada. Second, Canada continues to implement measures to hold Iran accountable for its support of terrorism, human rights violations, and destabilizing activities. This includes Canadian sanctions on 222 Iranian individuals and 256 Iranian entities for peace and security violations, human rights abuses, and terrorism support. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in its answer to the current crisis, Canada follows clear principles.
In the recent military strikes carried out by the United States and Israel, we were not consulted in advance about these operations, and we have no intention of joining them. At the same time, Iran must never obtain nuclear weapons and grow its arsenal of missiles that represent a serious threat to international peace and security. The U.S. strikes come as a result of a failure of the international order, Mr. Speaker. This is not a blank check, and Canada reaffirms that international law binds all parties, including the United States and Israel. Again, let me be clear. International law binds all parties. Civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected, and we will continue to bring Canadians home.
For our government, the top priority is clear: ensuring the safety of Canadians abroad.
Has activated an extensive consular response across the region. Consular teams have been deployed across several countries to assist Canadians navigating the crisis. Additional staff have been positioned near border crossings, for example, to help Canadians leaving affected areas. And our Emergency Watch and Response Centre has over 150 people working every single day to answer Canadians' calls for help. Our government is offering 3 options to help Canadians depart safely: charter flights, block-booked seats on commercial airlines, and buses to help Canadians reach safer locations when onward travel can be arranged. We have grounded and made sure that these officials from Global Affairs Canada are in place to help Canadians across the region, including across 15 countries in the region. And we have arranged for hundreds and hundreds of Canadians to return home. Les missions diplomatiques, Monsieur le
Our diplomatic missions in the area remain open and continue to offer consular services. Consular officers are in contact with thousands of Canadians who have asked for help. Canadians in the area are encouraged to remain vigilant. We encourage them to follow the instructions of local authorities and register with Global Affairs Canada in order to receive the latest updates and advice.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, at moments like this, Canada's approach must remain steady and principled. We will continue to support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and hold the Iranian regime accountable for its actions. We will continue to work with international partners to reduce tensions and promote stability across the Middle East. And above all, we will continue to prioritize the safety and the security of Canadians abroad. Canada stands with the Iranian people, Mr. Speaker, in their long and courageous struggle for freedom. Their calls for dignity, for justice, and for basic human rights have been met with repression by the regime, but their voices continue to resonate around the world. The Iranian people deserve a future free from fear and oppression. On our watch, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to hold the Iranian regime to account. Et en conclusion, Monsieur le Président.
To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the situation remains unstable and very concerning. But Canada's commitment is clear. We will defend international rights. We will defend the protection of civilians, and we will defend the safety of Canadians wherever they are in the world.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton North.
Mr. Speaker, the government has said three things about the U.S. airstrikes that are incoherent and contradictory. First, on March 4th, the Prime Minister said, Canada's policy, and I'm quoting, quote, Canada's policy itself is to always and everywhere respect international law. He went on further and said, quote, Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents. The minister herself just said, quote, international law binds all parties. Secondly, on March 4th, the Prime Minister also said about the airstrikes, quote, it appears that these actions are inconsistent with international law. And third, the government has said multiple times since February 28th that it supports the airstrikes. So the government sees the airstrikes as inconsistent with international law, but supports them anyway, and the government policy is to always and everywhere support international law. Can the minister explain this mumbo-jumbo of foreign policy?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been clear. Canada was not consulted. Canada did not participate, and Canada has no plans to participate in the offensive strikes against Iran. We support efforts to end the Iranian nuclear program and the regime's decades-long pattern of state-sponsored terrorism. Canada's priorities are clear, Mr. Speaker. Civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected, international law must be respected, and we will stand for the safety and security of Canadians wherever they may be in the world, Mr. Speaker. That is clear, and that is a clear statement of Canadian foreign policy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct the Minister. The Prime Minister was very clear. He supported the American military offensive on day one. So they can't just say one thing and then the opposite on a subject that's as complex as this one that has us here gathered. How can the Prime Minister say that we have to defend international law at all costs while, and this is what he said, while supporting an offensive that goes against international law? Let's be honest. Does she honestly find this a serious position from the Prime Minister of Canada? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague, and I would like to be clear. Even if we support the efforts to stop Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons, our support isn't a blank check. Canada reaffirms the fact that international law applies to all parties, all actors, including the United States and Israel. Everyone must respect international law. International mechanisms exist to determine whether international law has been respected or not. My priority, my immediate priority, and that of our government, is de-escalation, the safety of civilians, and efforts to bring Canadians home. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, on March 8, our Prime Minister convened the Incident Response Group with ministers and senior officials to discuss the ongoing hostilities in Iran and the Middle East and continued vigilance to ensure the safety and security of all Canadians. Based on Canada's recent discussions with leaders in the region and the G7, could the minister update the House on the efforts to de-escalate the situation, and could the minister assure Canadians that Canada will not engage in the military actions in Iran?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. Canada has had no advance notice of these strikes, and we were not consulted. We have no plans to become involved in offensive actions taken by the United States and Israel, Mr. Speaker. Canada supports preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. Canada has been clear for years that Iran's nuclear proliferation is unacceptable and contrary to international law. We will stand by our allies when it makes sense to do so, and we will always defend Canadians when we are called upon. This position, Mr. Speaker, has not changed. As I said, Mr. Speaker, Canada was not consulted, did not participate, and has no plans to participate in the offensive actions that were taken by the U.S. and Israel. We have been clear on this point, Mr. Speaker, and I respect my honourable colleague's question on the matter. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'll ask the minister to clarify the government's position. The government has said multiple times that international law binds all parties and that Canada everywhere and always respects international law. The Prime Minister said in Australia on March 4th that the airstrikes, quote, "It appears that these actions are inconsistent with international law." And the government then also says it supports the airstrikes. These things are all contradictory. Can the minister clarify what the government's position is in a coherent, consistent, and cogent manner?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of my honourable colleague and this House, I will reiterate. Canada has long spoken out against Iran's nuclear proliferation. We strongly support nuclear non-proliferation internationally, and therefore we will continue to reiterate that Iran must not have nuclear weapons. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the clarity of our foreign policy in terms of international law must be underscored. We are a country of international law, and we believe that the international legal rules relating to engagement bind all parties. We support preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. We support international law. We are focused on de-escalation, including numerous calls that I've had with G7 counterparts and my colleagues, and we will continue to support de-escalation, Mr. Speaker. That is a clear statement of Canadian foreign policy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagod-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will be short and sweet, and I would like the answer to be the same. A yes or no. We know that many countries have for a while prepared themselves to offer good consular services. Does Canada have an emergency plan for consular services?
Mr. Speaker, of course we do. We have a very robust approach to ensuring that we are bringing Canadians home, and we have already arranged for hundreds and hundreds of Canadians to return home. I will specifically underline three particular means of bringing Canadians home. First, through charter flights. Second, through blocked bookings on commercial airlines. And three, through buses which transport Canadians to countries where they can safely book onward travel. Mr. Speaker, just this weekend our government arranged a charter flight that arrived in Toronto from Dubai with nearly 190 seats for Canadians, and we continue to book seats on commercial airlines, bringing up to 300 Canadians home per day. Canada remains vigilant as this conflict evolves, and as I said in my remarks, we are deploying consular services across borders in the region to ensure that we are supporting.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, a very brief question.
Briefly, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable minister, a former senior commander of the Canadian Forces The retired Major General Dennis Thompson has said on the record that he thinks it's quote unquote highly likely that Canadian exchange officers in the region knew in advance. Does the minister have any comment?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that the Canadian Armed Forces have been supporting our consular services and supporting diplomatic efforts throughout the world, including in the region, over the last number of decades. In particular, I will say that they take it very seriously to ensure that we are, wherever possible, protecting civilians. Our position on that matter could not be more clear. Innocent civilians must be protected.
Unfortunately, this segment has come to its conclusion. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When the world faces upheaval, when war breaks out, when energy and food supplies are interrupted, we must zero in on what matters most at home and on what we control. We work for Canada and its people. Here is our home. We want this country to be affordable at home, safe at home, and strong at home, so that we can be unbreakable abroad. Put in more academic terms, we must put Canada's national interest first and foremost as we look at this war and what it means and where we stand. On travaille pour le Canada et pour les...
We work for Canada and Canadians here because we want an affordable Canada, a safe Canada, and a strong Canada. That's how we want to become masters of our realm, and that's how we want to defend our values internationally.
Present war in the Middle East. So let us start with the regime itself. This is the most prolific terrorist regime in the world, a regime that routinely murders, harasses, and intimidates Canadians. The regime killed 55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents when it fired a missile, an unprovoked missile, at a passenger plane, PS-752, for which there has been no subsequent justice by the regime. Further, let me chronicle the unprovoked aggressions this regime has taken against our country. In 2023, a year-long global news investigation found that there are 700 regime-backed agents operating on Canadian soil for the purposes of intimidating and threatening dissidents who fled the regime. Victims' families and Canadians protesting the regime have reported harassment and surveillance on Canadian soil, according to the RCMP, which has received numerous reports of foreign interference by the Islamic Republic of Iran. In 2024, 2 Canadians were indicted in the U.S. for their role in an alleged murder-for-hire plot on behalf of Iranian intelligence. In 2024 also, agents of Iran attempted to assassinate former Canadian Justice Minister Irwin Cotler. According to a CSIS report in 2024, the regime is, quote, one of the main perpetrators of foreign interference and espionage in Canada. CSIS assesses that Iran will continue to use proxies such as individuals involved in transnational crime networks when its perceived enemies are active in other countries. According to CSIS, as late as 2023, Iran-aligned cyber actors such as the IRGC-linked Cyber Avengers have been targeting Western critical infrastructure, including, and this is important, healthcare and public health, government and information technology, and engineering sectors. In other words, attempting to mess with our technological capability to deliver health care to our people through foreign attacks on our cyber networks. The Hague Commission lists Iran as, quote, a considerable transnational threat because it is likely monitoring, influencing, collecting information on, harassing, and intimidating Iranian diaspora community to prevent criticism of Iran. And the National Security Committee found that Iran is one of the primary perpetrators of repression against ethno-cultural communities in Canada. This list only chronicles the direct harm the regime has done to Canada itself. Forget that this regime is the single biggest sponsor of terrorism in the world, that it orchestrated the attacks of October 7th, that it has killed countless of its own citizens, including 30,000 in the last month alone. All of these moral atrocities only compound the regime, what the evil that the regime has done to our country. In other words, it is in our national interest for this regime to be defeated and replaced by the Iranian people with a peaceful democracy. We need strong leadership that takes a stand, maintains that stand, stays consistent at home and abroad, and shows up in this House of Commons to do what is right and speak for the Canadian people. And that is what we do here today. We as Conservatives make it clear that it is in our national interest that the regime in Iran, which has infiltrated our country, murdered at least 55 of our citizens, and harassed countless others, be removed. And that is why I supported the Prime Minister's initial support of the U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. Since that time, he has flipped and flopped more than 4 times, having 4 contradictory positions in as many days. First, he said he was for the attack. Then he regretted his support for the attack. Then he said that his support for the attack was illegal under international law. And then he said he would consider sending troops for the attack, which he supported but regretted supporting, and then said that was illegal under international law. Mr. Speaker, his party says one thing to one group and the opposite to another, confusing our allies and dividing Canadians. Some of the Prime Minister's own Liberal MPs have said in the newspaper today, and I quote, "What the hell?" when it comes to his stance on the war in the Middle East. And now he has gone into hiding, having failed to speak a single word in tonight's debate. In this time of crisis, Canadians deserve to know where the Prime Minister stands. Indeed, they deserve to know where the Prime Minister is. C'est une crise de sécurité, de l'abordabilité.
We are now in an international war, and the Prime Minister has already changed his mind 4 times. He needs to speak before the House of Commons, before Canadians, instead of hiding. Where is the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker?
We have been unclear and unwavering. Conservatives support the right of the Iranian people to remove their terrorist regime, a regime that has murdered countless Canadians and targets our people on our soil, in order to bring forth a peaceful democracy in Iran. We must turn our attention, though, to our own country. What does this war mean for Canada? First, we must be safe at home. Canada has become more dangerous under this Liberal government. There have always been wars in the Middle East, but they've never spilled onto Canadian streets. But after 10 years of Liberal immigration, Liberal catch-and-release laws, Liberal incompetence, we are seeing violence and terrorism normalized in Canada. Synagogues shot, dissidents targeted, regime officials using our country as a safe haven. As of February 5th, only 1 of the 28 individuals identified by CBSA as illegal foreign regime officials has been kicked out. And that does not take into account that, according to Global News, there have been as many as 700 of these regime terrorist-linked officials who are making Canada their personal hotel. Why has the Prime Minister not moved to have these people deported from our country? This Prime Minister has not made any changes to the criminal code to kick the terrorists out, lock the criminals up, or stop new ones from coming in. We need a plan to deport all of the regime officials. They need to be identified, they need to be arrested, and they need to be deported. There is no room for IRGC or Iranian regime officials in our country to kick them out. We need to ensure that Canada is safe for its Persian and Jewish communities, and a real action plan to protect synagogues and other places of worship that have come under attack. This government has failed to keep Jews and Persians and other Canadians safe in this country. Enough is enough. We are a very welcoming people, but we will not put up with foreign wars and other forms of terrorism spilling onto our streets. This is Canada, and every Canadian has the right to feel safe living in this country. We must be affordable at home. Oil prices are spiking due to the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz, which transits about a fifth of the globe's oil. Now, that the government cannot control global oil prices, but it can control domestic taxes and policies allowing domestic production. This Prime Minister has brought in a new tax, the fuel standard tax, and has blocked domestic production of our oil. We need a plan to unlock affordable energy, not only to supply ourselves, but the entire world. Repealing anti-energy laws like C-69, C-48, the industrial carbon tax to unblock and unlock our resources, shipping them off our coasts in order to fuel our friends and power our paychecks. In this way, we can both make the country more affordable and more autonomous. And that must be our mission. We work for Canada. That is our job in this place. We must be a country that is affordable at home, safe at home, and strong at home, so that we can be unbreakable abroad. Nous devrions être...
We must be affordable at home, safe at home, and strong at home, so that we can defend our interests, Mr. Speaker. We are here for Canadians.
Country and our people. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Nature. Mr. Speaker, today we are debating a very important situation. The Honourable Opposition Leader has spoken about threats to Canadians and about the risk of terrorism at home. I'm a new member, but since I've got here, we've been talking about giving the Canadian government access to classified information so that could play a strategic role on this front. I understand that up till now, the Honourable Opposition Leader has not accepted a security clearance. He is not going to get one. Is he planning to obtain his security clearance and get involved? Is he willing to know everything there is to know about these issues? The Honourable Opposition Leader, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave the right answer to that question a few days ago. The media asked him a question about foreign interference here in Canada. He said that he was unable to respond because he has had classified briefings that prevent him from speaking freely. I will not be muzzled. I want to keep my freedom of expression as leader of the opposition. The opposition leader should be able to express themselves. They should not allow any government to prevent them from doing their job and from talking about foreign interference and how to protect Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Forest, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I come from the Edmonton region where so many families continue to grieve the losses that came when the IRGC shot down Flight PS752. Over 50 Canadian citizens were murdered that day, many with connections to my region. The regime promptly bulldozed the crash site and even harassed the relatives of victims who spoke out. When so many Canadians are murdered, this is an attack on us, on our people, on our nation, on our home. Now, some members of this House seem to have forgotten these events, forgotten the attacks on our country and our people, the continuing attacks on our country through foreign interference that underline the justification for and the need for this response. Now, I know the Leader of the Opposition has engaged directly with Flight PS752 families, so I wonder if he can speak to those conversations and what we can do specifically to deliver justice and solace for these Canadian victims of this regime.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, and thank you to that member for leading the charge to achieve justice for the families of the victims of this terrorist attack directed at Canadians. These were our people. 55 Canadian citizens, 30 permanent residents, mercilessly killed by a missile targeting a passenger plane, and then their remains bulldozed by the regime, which has done nothing to bring justice to those who fired that missile. That was an attack on every single Canadian. Yet it took 4 years after that attack for this Liberal government to even list the IRGC, which fired the missile, as a terrorist entity, allowing this group to walk and operate freely on Canadian soil, terrorizing our people. To this day, this Liberal government and this Liberal Prime Minister refuse to deport the terrorist officials that are known to be on our soil. We must kick them out, we must seize their assets, and we must bring justice for the Canadian victims of this regime.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the opposition leader for his speech. He said that Iranians should determine their own future. I agree with that statement. 150%. I really hope to see that come to pass. In the same breath, though, he said that he supported the American offensive in Iran. And he 100% supports President Trump's offensive. But President Trump himself had said that following the offensive, he wants to have a role in choosing the next leader of Iran. That's what he said. So, does the opposition leader understand that this topic takes nuance? It's a complex subject. And by 100% supporting the U.S.-Israeli offensive, he is de facto supporting President Trump choosing the next leader of Iran. What does he have to say to that? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. No, Mr. Speaker, that is not true. I support the Iranian people and their right to choose their own government. That is why I agreed with the Prime Minister when he spoke out in favor of this principle. Now we don't know what the Prime Minister's opinion is, nor do we know where he is. We are currently talking about the specific location, about a certain member. That is not allowed. You're allowed to talk about the person's position on an issue, but not their position geographically. The Honourable Opposition Leader may continue. Well, that is why I agreed initially, though I'm not sure whether Liberal MPs agree with their own leader. As for the block question, the block member said that he wants Iranians to be able to choose their next president and government. But how can this happen without getting rid of the current regime? Does he truly believe that the dictators will suddenly just shrug their shoulders and hand power back to the people voluntarily? This is a terrorist regime. They need to be kicked out.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I address this question to the Leader of the Official Opposition with some trepidation because it's information I have from friends within the Vancouver area, also like me associated with the Anglican Church, and very concerned that some members of the Iranian National Guard may be obtaining baptismal certificates to hide their real background and intentions in this country. I second his call that we absolutely look for any members of the Iranian National Guard who are masquerading as real refugees, and wanted to ask him if he's heard similar concerns.
And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, and that is an excellent question from the Honourable Member. In fact, we are getting anecdotes all the time from the Persian community. They're seeing former senior police, there's a police chief from Tehran who was spotted in a Richmond Hill gym, working out, enjoying himself, enjoying all the plunder that he and his friends stole from the Iranian people. All over parts of the GTA and the lower mainland of British Columbia, the Persian community will tell you they see known members of the regime living in mansions, enjoying the good life here with all the money that they stole from the people of Iran. They are not citizens. They are not permanent residents. They are easy to identify. It's time for the government to arrest these monsters and kick them out of Canada for good.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recognizing the very serious nature of what's happening in the Middle East, the Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs made it very clear in terms of the government's actual position on what's taking place. It seems to me that the Conservatives have this motivation to try to portray misinformation to Canadians when in fact the government is actually being clear. Does the Leader of the Official Opposition recognize that the Conservative Party of Canada does have a role to play, and providing misinformation at times does more harm to a very serious issue that we're having to face today in the Middle East.
Let's try and be brief at this point because there's not a lot of time left in this particular segment. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member seems to suggest that we are misrepresenting the position of the Liberal Prime Minister on this conflict. My question is, which position?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I have a very simple question for the opposition leader. On day one, the Prime Minister supported the Conservatives' current position. They supported the U.S.-Israeli offensive. But does the opposition leader not think that if he were Prime Minister, he would have consulted his allies before coming out with a remark like this? Would he not have spoken to France and Germany and Norway, countries that have spoken with nuance, noting that they did not necessarily support the offensive because they believed in international law? Would the opposition leader have stuck with European allies or unilaterally supported Donald Trump's offensive? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Neither the one nor the other. Sure, we would have consulted our allies, but we do not work on behalf of foreign governments, nor not those in Washington, not those in European capitals, no foreign government. We work for Canadians. The Iranian regime has killed Canadians. It launched a missile that killed 55 Canadian citizens as well as 30 Canadian permanent residents. The regime continues to harass Canadian citizens. They sponsor terrorism on our soil. For this reason, we will act to support Canadian interests as well as the freedom of the Iranian people. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bleu-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to quote an adage, quite an old one. Those who are absent are always wrong. Today, this adage takes on a very specific connotation. I would hope that together we can hear reason on this issue. The people can judge whether being present and who they would be. Such presence would have helped to reassure and clarify. This is a role associated with a certain government position. Six months ago, we were told that Iran had been deprived of its nuclear capacity. President Trump boasted in his usual nuance-filled way that this had taken place.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, Donald Trump has rained down hellfire upon Iran. We can all return to certain fundamental principles that we all agree on. The Iranian nuclear program always had to be dismantled. Iran's terroristic, oppressive regime that was terrible for women has to be dismantled. We all stand against the Iranian regime's sponsorship of international terrorism. While our objectives are clear, the methods in which they are accomplished can be debated. I am not sure that international institutions, a guardrail against reckless behavior by global leaders, ought to be written off so cavalierly. Is it considered normal these days not to consult our allies? Is it normal that we were not consulted by the country that was once our greatest ally? And is it normal that all of a sudden the government comes out in favor of the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran with no conditions? Is it then normal to see the Prime Minister shifting his position? Suddenly he cared about international law. Then he said that Canada would not become involved in the conflict. Then he said that maybe Canada would become involved in the conflict depending on the conditions. Just today, the government has seemed to undergo a late in the day conversion. He's saying that Canada was not consulted and never expressed agreement with these strikes. It's not just us who are interested in the government's position. Canada is a NATO country and a G7 country. I'm sure people had some questions about what the government had to say. Now, the Prime Minister is going crisscrossing the world to sign trade agreements, or not trade agreements, but vague agreements. Nothing in those agreements will change the economic realities of Canada or Quebec in the next few years. It seems that the government is taking the same approach on the Iran issue. He announces military spending without being able to put his money where his mouth is. Canada will not be a major military power anytime soon. In Davos, the Prime Minister spoke about cooperation between middle powers. 2 days later, he came to an agreement with the Middle Kingdom. Did he talk to China about middle powers? It seems that the Prime Minister's position is a very confused one. Look at the effects of the Prime Minister's leadership here in Quebec and Canada. Look at the effects of the war. The war will change lives here. We have people who are struggling given the tariff crisis and who have been struggling for a year now. We have a trade war so serious that we freak out when the President of the United States even picks up the phone when the Prime Minister calls. That makes headlines these days. We have the threat of a recession on the horizon. And now, today, the price of a barrel of oil has skyrocketed, leading to obvious short-term inflation that could lead us right into a recession. The effects of the war are significant. Purchasing power for the most vulnerable will decline. Interest rates will go up. People will lose their jobs, lose access to home ownership. These are the threats we are facing. And we have seen short-term government interventions to preserve purchasing power, for example, purchasing power of seniors. We've seen efforts to inure Canada against trade wars. We've seen efforts to increase productivity, all short-term efforts. We are dealing with another monstrous deficit, and nothing can prevent this. Deficits seem to be the trademark of this Liberal government. Deficits without measures that truly support people.
If this war continues and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, as a result, will continue, and this will complicate things for Canada, And once again, it will be the most vulnerable who will pay the price. So I call on the Prime Minister to have a clear plan to take care of our people, of the people. So Canada is waiting to hear what he has to say. Same applies to Quebec. But the Prime Minister has to do three things: restart the negotiations on the tariffs and the trade relationship, deploy short-term measures to meet the needs of people in our economy, and stay steadfast and collaborate with other middle powers to save a maximum number of human lives. Human lives are at stake because this is a war and not a TV show. And in war, Mr. Speaker, people die. Thank you.
Okay, there's Ian.
Questions and comments?
I just bringing him in. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're still on the debate here, Ian. Ian's in Montreal live, and we're going to be talking about some of the attacks on synagogues and anti-Semitic crimes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 100,000 Canadians are caught in the growing crisis in the Middle East, and they deserve more than vague assurances and than last-minute contingency planning. As the threat from the Iranian regime escalated, the government says it deployed consular staff, updated travel advisories, and explored possible airspace access. Those are preparatory steps, but Canadians in the region need action. In past times of war and crisis, Canadian government has organized emergency support and assisted departures such as Haiti in 2024 and Oplumen in support of potential evacuations in Lebanon in 2023. To date, Canada's response for the Iranian crisis is still reactive instead of proactive. When warning signs of impending crisis have been visible for months, plans and preparations should have already been in place. My question, does the leader of the Bloc Québécois agree with my call for the government to work with allies and regional partners to secure safe departure operations without delay, to ensure that military personnel, aircraft and consular resources needed are in place to support the thousands of Canadians caught in the Middle East and over 3,500 Canadians looking for extraction, including inside Iran? Thank you.
Let's try and keep the questions and answers fairly succinct.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, hopefully they're not expecting me to repeat the same elements. My answer will be shorter than the question, Mr. Speaker. The primary function of a state is, as I mentioned before, is to take care of its people, protect its people. It's not just 106,000 Canadians and others who have asked to be taken out of this region. There are others as well, but there has been no answer. I mean, it's longer than changing one's internet subscription. There's no end to this thing. And one thing we can observe is that this government is not able, especially in this current flavor of liberal, of realizing what the situation is on the ground, what the real threats are facing real people. The Honourable Member for La Salle, Aymar Verdun. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois talked about taking care of people, and we're assuming he's talking about Canadians in general. But as the price of oil is going up, energy prices are going up, we have big projects in Canada. For instance, the agreement we have with Alberta, and we've been hearing about some rumors around liquefied natural gas potentially in Quebec. I would like to know what the position of the leader of the opposition is when it comes to developing energy projects so that we can bring these prices down in Canada and also put more money into the pockets of Canadians so that we can also support social programs. Mr. Speaker, I understand that we talk about pipelines and gas lines here, but the last time Canada wanted to build one, it took 14 years. We have a war going on in Iran right now, so hopefully we'll be a bit more optimistic as to the end of this ongoing war. Now, after having lost a significant chunk of our electricity grid, if you will, to go to waste, they will be having a good laugh as they're driving by a gas station. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my leader delivered a great speech, as per usual. He referred to Davos, and everyone remembers the Prime Minister's speech at Davos, despite the fact that he was in the United Arab Emirates and Beijing 3 days prior. So my question is the following. How does he think that middle powers received the first speech of the Prime Minister when it comes to the U.S. and Israeli attack? How does he think that this was received and perceived by our allies, Australian allies, for instance?
I think we probably still have at least a half an hour of this, Ian, if you want to take a break and sign back in about 30 minutes. Would that help you?
We cannot speak on behalf of people who are not here. Diplomacy requires discretion.
As long as it's not too cold out there for you.
Let's ask the question of what's
15
being
degrees.
said in diplomacy circles when the Prime Minister says that military interventions need to be sanctioned by the United Nations and abide by international law, and then at the first opportunity he shows up and freestyles and supports the position of the American president, then I don't think people will think too highly of that position. It's troubling, and I'm convinced that international diplomacy has seen the incoherence in all of this.
La députée de Saint-Luc-Garfalins.
I would like to thank my colleague, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, for his speech. Now I'm going to quote from the President of the United States, who said that when a crazy person has nuclear weapons, bad things happen. So my question to my colleague, my dear colleague, is the following. Does he think, or what does he think the President sees when he looks in the mirror? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, other than the rhetorical aspect of what we're doing here, I wouldn't rise in Parliament and say that the President of the United States is a crazy person, but I think that the craziness in running after nuclear weapons applies to all weapons. And here in the U.S., anywhere else, using violence and wishing death upon someone is the definition of crazy. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Makiawana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the leader of the bloc for his speech, really well laid out and inspiring. Although at some points I've not really agreed with the leader of the Bloc Québécois. So he has shown that Davos is not the House of Commons and House of Commons is not Davos. Everyone makes their own choices. But the question is the following. He talked about the fact that the Prime Minister seems to have changed his mind on a couple of occasions. What does he think that this has what the impact of this is on our relationship with our allies in Asia, but elsewhere as well? Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I am concerned. It's not that easy to explain, but it is as if in a crisis context we shouldn't be questioning what the Prime Minister says and then goes on to change his opinion, but it's the responsibility of parliamentarians to do that. The Prime Minister has delivered some speeches which were important to him and conveyed his positions, but we haven't seen concrete steps after these positions. And after the honeymoon, maybe these recent months or upcoming months will be a bit harder. Now, that's a bit risky for his party, but the main issue is that it's risky for the well-being and the economy of the entirety of the population of Quebec and Canada. And I am as enthusiastically not in agreement with him sometimes, but a gentleman remains a gentleman. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to come back on the current position of the Conservatives who are supporting the Israeli-American assault. This assault seems to be in violation of international law. They seem to be aiming regime change. So this attack violates international law and goes after regime change. So the Conservatives, are they not telling Vladimir Putin, well, what you're doing is okay? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, this is a fundamental question. Questioning multilateral institutions through which the world countries talk to each other, and these, of course, were created in the aftermath of the Second World War as protective measures to keep the world from launching into armed conflict. It's quite risky to violate the principles and the existence of these institutions. Now, a couple months ago, President Trump again intervened in Iran, and no one really criticized him that much, maybe not even ourselves. But he has done the same thing again. He hasn't consulted anyone, and he hasn't relied on these institutions at all. Resuming debate.
Le ministre de la Défense nationale.
Président, les événements.
Mr. Speaker, the events taking place in the Middle East are taking place in an interconnected world, and no conflict is far away, and no nation is safe from the repercussions of what's happening.
Police extend far beyond the region itself. The past weeks have brought a stark reminder of this reality. Military operations, retaliatory strikes, and the threat of escalation have sent waves of concern across the globe. As our Prime Minister noted in Sydney, the world's focus must remain on restraint, on preventing further escalation, and ensuring that the Iranian regime does not acquire nuclear capabilities. At the same time, the hopes and aspirations of the Iranian people for freedom, dignity, and self-determination must not be ignored. Canada has a direct stake in what happens in that region. The Middle East lies at the heart of global trade, energy flows, and international security. Instability there reverberates around the world, touching economies, alliances, and the lives of Canadians, both at home and abroad. For decades, the Iranian regime has sown instability, and deliberately so, through support for militant proxies, armed groups, and terrorist organizations, and through its pursuit of nuclear capabilities. The regime has threatened its neighbors and undermined the security of the international community. Recently, the United States and Israel conducted coordinated military strikes targeting elements of Iran's leadership and military infrastructure. Canada was not consulted, Canada did not participate, and Canada has no plans to participate in these offensive operations.
Canada was not consulted with regard to the offensive operations against Iran, and Canada did not participate in these operations and has no intention of doing so.
Canada was not consulted, did not participate, and has no plans to participate in these operations. Our focus is clear: the immediate de-escalation of hostilities, the protection of civilians, and the prevention of further conflict. Few will mourn the weakening of a regime that has oppressed its own people and destabilized an entire region. Canada stands with the Iranian people who seek a future defined not by fear or repression, but by freedom and the ability to chart their At the same time, we recognize that conflict carries consequences far beyond its origin. Gulf states and other regional partners, including Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, have borne significant consequences from attacks on their civilian infrastructure and essential services.
Canada attaches a great importance to this partnership and continues to work in close collaboration with these countries, as well as with its G7 allies, in order to de-escalate and favor diplomatic solutions.
Be unequivocal when it comes to our Canadian Armed Forces on the ground. All Canadian Armed Forces personnel in the region are safe and accounted for. The Canadian Armed Forces continuously assesses threats, adjusts its posture, and enhances protective measures to ensure the safety of personnel while maintaining effectiveness. Au besoin, des ajustements sont apportés.
When there are needs, adjustments are made quickly and decisively. The protection of our forces is the absolute priority.
Is the highest priority. The nature of modern conflict extends beyond conventional operations. Cyber threats now form a critical dimension of national and international security. The Communications Security Establishment, together with the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, stands on Canada's digital front lines, protecting government networks, critical infrastructure, and Canadians from malicious activity. Following recent developments in the Middle East, Canadian authorities have assessed the potential for Iranian-linked cyber activity. Threats could target critical infrastructure, attempt influence operations, or harass our military personnel, diaspora communities, and activists. In response, guidance has been issued to organizations across the country to remain vigilant and to protect their systems. Cyber capabilities are also integral to supporting Canadian military operations abroad. The Communications Security Establishment can provide intelligence, situational awareness, and active cyber protection to ensure the safety of deployed personnel. Legal authorities allow Canada to respond to foreign threats in a measured, lawful, and proportionate manner, consistent with our democratic values. Canada continues to invest in its cyber and defense capabilities. Modern secure communications, resilient networks, and advanced defense systems strengthen our ability to act decisively, protect our personnel, and operate alongside allies with greater confidence. Ces investissements permettent au Canada.
These investments enable Canada to address the challenges posed by an ever-changing and increasing complex threat environment.
What defines Canada's response in moments of international crisis like this is principle. First, act responsibly. We do not join conflicts without consultation or request. Second, protect Canadians. All personnel deployed abroad and citizens in affected regions remain our very highest priority. Third, support our partners. Those enduring consequences of conflict they did not choose deserve our solidarity. Fourth, promote stability. Through diplomacy, engagement, and adherence to international law, Canada has long maintained that global security is best preserved through cooperation, restraint, and respect for international norms. These principles guide our actions today. The Middle East faces a period of profound uncertainty, but also of possibility. The weakening of an oppressive regime opens the door to a different future, a better future, one shaped not by violence or proxy wars, but by the aspirations of the Iranian people for dignity, security, and self-determination. We will continue to focus our efforts on protecting Canadians in the region, and we will work with partners to de-escalate this conflict. We will continue defending democratic principles, human rights, and international law. Nous continuerons de...
We will continue to act responsibly, protecting our people and contributing to the stability of a world too often disrupted by conflict.
In moments such as these, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, the choices we make define the values we uphold. Canada chooses responsibility. Canada chooses courage. Canada chooses the protection of human life, partners, and the promotion of peace. Canada chooses de-escalation. And in doing so, Canada continues its unwavering commitment to a more secure, stable, and just world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to add my voice to those of other Conservatives, including the Leader of the Official Opposition, who has said that our support for the people of Iran is clear and unwavering. They deserve to have a peaceful government, democratically elected, and that's why we support the removal of the terrorist regime in Iran. And I just again have to reiterate that we can never forget all the illegal terrorist activities, the state-sponsored terrorism throughout the region that the Iranian regime has conducted, not just in the last few years, but over the last 44 years. And never forget that when they shot down Ukrainian Airlines flight PS-752, that killed. That was a murdering of 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. And we know that Iran is a major supporter of Russia in what they have done in Ukraine with the Syad drones and the lessons that I've learned there. Now, the minister talked about making sure there's consultations and about ongoing conflicts. It has been the part of this House to actually pronounce itself with a vote on whether or not we ever deploy troops. Can he guarantee that there will be a vote in this House if the government decides to deploy Canadian Armed Forces members and our kit in support of the operations against the Iranian regime?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, I thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for his question. I thank him for his concern for the situation. He and I share and stand, I think, on the same ground. But I think I've made it very clear. Canada has no intention whatsoever in entering into this prosecution of a war led by Israel and the United States. Canada was not consulted. Canada did not advise. Canada does not have personnel actively engaged in this conflict. And that's very clear for this government, Mr. Speaker. We are going to use our best efforts first to have Canadians who are in the region.
Sorry for the glitching, folks. I don't think it's on our end. I think it's in the feed.
Removed. We've made sure that our military personnel are in safe locations away from harm. And the third thing I would say is we're going to make sure that we can work with other like-minded
Not good.
parties to de-escalate this situation, which appears to be actually spiraling out of control.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bagot, Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister, first of all, well, he talked about it in his speech. Where is Canada's official position now? And I understand that when a situation evolves, one must adapt, but in so little time, why have we got so many contradictory messages from the government. I know there's an emergency plan now, but while everyone was getting ready, why was no emergency plan being prepared by Canada with regards to consular services? The Honourable Minister for National Defence. I think that, Mr. Speaker, I described Canada's position very well. The Prime Minister was very clear in his comments, in his most recent comments, in fact, with regards to preparations to help Canadians in the region. This began straight away when the attacks from Israel and the States began. We have people here and in the region to help Canadians exfiltrate from the area. There are tens of thousands of Canadians there. We have facilitated air travel. We have booked blocks on planes, and we continue to help people leave the region. We have many retirees, many people that work in the region, that live in the region, and so Canada's position is clear. Our focus is on the protection of Canadians if they need it, the protection of our military forces, and third of all, we want to help with negotiations to de-escalate the situation.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like the Minister for Defence to transmit the gratitude of all Canadians to the members of the armed forces for the work that they do every day. General Carignan said, and the Prime Minister was very clear, it's possible that troops might be involved at some point, but we will not be part of offensive strikes. General Carignan said that they were working on a whole series of eventualities. Can the Minister of Defence explain how the armed forces could be called to participate in situations like this one? Is it through evacuations? Is it through escorting ships, oil tankers, for example? What can the Canadian Armed Forces do in such a situation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister for National Defence. The Canadian Armed Forces are always prepared. They are always observing what's happening in the world, watching geopolitical shifts, and after the attacks against Iran, the Canadian Armed Forces have started working. It's always possible to help countries, especially in the Middle East. We might help countries that need help with their desalination plants, for example, their electricity plants as well. There are always ways where we can help. There's also help provided by CSEC, which works in intelligence. We are listening, but now our priorities are Canadians, our armed forces, and, of course, we are trying to aspire towards a de-escalation of this war.
Questions and comments. All for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, in our last exchange, the minister said that they aren't going to put in, are considering any participation from the standpoint of military in the region, but at the same time, the Prime Minister said in one of his questions last week that one can never categorically rule out participation. As we know, the Chief of Defence Staff has also said that they're looking at what they could do. So again, historically, we have actually brought to this House motions and votes on whether or not there's going to be any deployment of Canadian Armed Forces. And whether those forces are going to be used in supporting those that are already in the region, or we're going to be supporting Gulf states or other allies in the war against the Iranian regime. We had Afghanistan 2006 and 2008. We had votes in the House. In Libya in 2011. Iraq and Syria, the war against ISIS, we had votes here. Even under Justin Trudeau, we had on the Iraq-Syria war a vote in 2016. So will the minister guarantee that there will be a vote before we send any Canadian Armed Forces into the region to assist our allies? And will he also address the issue on whether or not the 244 troops that are currently in the region that are in Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Egypt, and in the Golan Heights, that they are safe, and are they armed up, able to protect themselves, or are they just sheltering in place?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, the first thing I would remind the members is the difference between offensive and defensive activities. And right now, I've made it very clear, the government is not going to be pursuing offensive activities. This is not something that we're contemplating. It's not something that we've been requested to do. We have not been approached by the prosecutors of this war, Israel or the United States. And we have no intention of following up on that front. We're going to focus on de-escalation efforts. It isn't helpful in my mind right now to gin up the volume around this conflict on any side of the House. Canadians are worried enough right now. We have enough family members, enough Canadians in the region. What we should be doing is letting cooler heads prevail, Mr. Speaker, and I think we should be assisting neighboring states, if it's requested, with civil matters, water systems, desalination plants, electricity, and other challenges that these regions and these countries, forgive me, this region are facing. So it's not a simple matter, and the member knows this. We're not talking about the prosecution of war in this country today. We're talking about trying to get things to de-escalate so we can find a successful outcome.
A point of order. The member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Aqua-Ronrac.
To Standing Order 43-2A, I hereby divide all Conservative caucus slot in two.
So noted. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech.
And I am sorry about the glitching, folks. It's in the
And I know
feed.
that he is very interested by the United Nations. We've been there a few times together. I'd like to hear on him on the fact that the majority of UN Security Council members have raised significant concerns and have immediately called for a de-escalation of the situation and have called for diplomatic negotiations. The Secretary General is worried about the whole region going up in flames. What does my honourable colleague have to say? The Honourable Minister. I believe that we have to take what is said at the United Nations seriously, but we also have to admit that there is an issue with the United Nations. I used to work at the United Nations, and there's a problem at the Council. The United Nations doesn't seem to work. There are conflicts over the last 10 years that have not been solved through the United Nations or through the United Nations Security Council. So there is work to do to re-establish this multilateral organization, and I believe that there is progress to be achieved. However, unfortunately, I must interrupt the Minister. Resuming debate.
Halton Hills North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's position on the war in the Middle East has been contradictory and incoherent. And I think, Mr. Speaker, when I say that, I'm being generous in my criticism. The Prime Minister of the government has said multiple times that they support U.S. airstrikes against Iran to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran's regime from further threatening international peace and security. When the U.S. airstrikes began on Saturday, February 28th, 2026, the government issued a formal statement issued jointly in the names of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, which can be found, if the public is interested, on the PMO's website. And it states unequivocally, and I quote, "Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security." End quote. In other words, the government unequivocally supports the U.S. airstrikes against Iran. Clear, unambiguous, coherent, and consistent. But then several days passed. Some Liberals became uneasy with the Prime Minister's clear, unambiguous, coherent, and consistent statement. So the government started to backtrack ambiguously, incoherently, and inconsistently. On March 3rd, the Prime Minister said, with respect to his support for the airstrikes, that he took the position with regret. Here's exactly what he said, quote, "We take this position with regret because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order. Despite decades of the United Nations Security Council resolutions, the tireless work of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and a succession of sanctions and diplomatic frameworks, Iran's nuclear threat remains." End quote. In other words, the Prime Minister took the position in support of the airstrikes with regret, and the current conflict is an example of the failure of the international order, including diplomatic frameworks. On the same day, the Defense Minister came out and called for a diplomatic end to the U.S. airstrikes, and that the government would prefer to see a ceasefire of the U.S. airstrikes. Here's what the Defense Minister said on the very same day the Prime Minister issued the previous statement, and I quote, "We're also calling for a diplomatic end to it. We very much would prefer to see peace and a ceasefire," end quote. In other words, the government on the same day said, diplomacy has failed, but we are calling for more diplomacy. It said, we support the U.S. airstrikes, but we regret supporting the U.S. airstrikes. Does the government support the airstrikes, or is it calling for a ceasefire? It's not clear. Which is it? And then on March 4th, the Prime Minister said,
come on, Internet.
Said this about the U.S. airstrikes. Canada's policy itself, and I'm quoting, quote, "Canada's policy itself is to always and everywhere respect international law," end quote. He then further said, quote, "Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents," end quote. And the Foreign Minister tonight in the House said, and I quote, "International law binds all parties," end quote. But at the same time, on March 4th, the Prime Minister said about the airstrikes that they appear inconsistent with international law. He
Oh, my.
said, and I quote, "Prima facie, it appears that these actions are inconsistent with international law," end quote. But the Prime Minister has said multiple times, as has the government, that it consistently supports the airstrikes. So does it see the airstrikes as inconsistent with international law, but supports them anyway, while its policy is to call on Canada and the United States and all international partners to always and everywhere, all the time, support international law? This is completely contradictory and inconsistent. So to summarize, here is the government's position on the conflict in the Middle East. We support the U.S. acting with airstrikes, but we also regret having to support the U.S. in airstrikes. We call for a ceasefire of the airstrikes, but we call for the airstrikes to continue. The international order and diplomacy has failed, but we're calling for more diplomacy. We call on all parties, including Canada and the United States, to uphold international law, but we believe the airstrikes are inconsistent with international law, but we support them. Mr. Speaker, the government's foreign policy is a complete incoherent mess. Questions and
comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. There are a number of things that are interesting this evening indeed. I fully agree with him that the Liberal flip-flopping has led to a lot of confusion, which is undignified from
Again, really sorry about this glitching.
Missiles and drones enabled by Beijing's technology. I was taken back.
Let's do this.
20 years ago to when I was in Iraq, watching Iranian Katyusha rockets falling over Baghdad.
Well, I was going to give you a different feed, but this might work. I don't know. This is glitching too. So it's not just this one. It's the whole system over there in Ottawa. Hang on.
Today, in response to more than 1,000 missiles and drones, the Emiratis defend their country with extraordinary precision. Their systems worked. Their people were protected. But why does this regime attack Abu Dhabi and Dubai with such aggression? And opportunity, Tehran remains trapped in their same dark obsessions. For 20 years, I have warned about this regime. In Iraq, I have worked with Iranian dissidents. For that, Tehran branded me a terrorist. Later, as an advisor to Prime Minister Harper and Minister John Baird, I helped close the Iranian embassy in Ottawa, strengthen nuclear inspections, provide political space to millions of Iranians to speak freely. Mr. Speaker, after 47 years of the Islamic Republic and 37 under Ali Khamenei, the record is damning. This is the regime that stormed the American embassy and took diplomats hostage, while brave Canadians helped some escape. It is obsessed with destroying Israel, pioneered roadside bombs, built an empire of proxy militias, sustained Bashar al-Assad's butchery over his own people, and brutalized their own citizens under women life freedom. In recent weeks, it has massacred tens of thousands of Iranians, all while racing toward nuclear weapons. And who helped fuel this final sprint? The Kremlin and the Middle Kingdom saw their partner in the clerical military dictatorship. Russia and China want a new age of empires. They have been afforded the West's best intentions. The G7 expanded to include Russia, creating the G8, and NATO established confidence measures and the Russia-NATO Council. China was granted most favored trading status, a seat at the World Trade Organization, and prominence in multilateral organizations. None of this was earned. Neither Russia nor China divested their military ambitions, dispensed with their revanchism, or displaced arbitrary authoritarian rule with democracy and open markets. As their decisions to decouple from the international system compounded, as they pursued dreams of dual circulation to export boldly while curtailing access to domestic markets, as a state capitalist Belt and Road Initiative challenged democratic capitalism, democracies grew more complacent and prone to elite capture and corruption. The West's nihilistic obsession with postmodernism swelled, imbued with performative stances on issues ranging from human dignity to energy security, and an incapacity to define and confront the threat of a rising illiberal age. Russia turned to the Iranian regime for drone technologies, China for discounted energy, and as an instigator for the chaos in the West militarily and through exploiting moral equivalencies. Two lifetime rulers, undeterred by well-intentioned protestations, unbowed by democratic resolve, stood in their shared vision of their own dominance over their neighbors and the world. From their vantage at every turn over the last decade, the democratic world adhered to a pattern of half measures to conciliate, failing to make the hard decisions that would defend us against their authoritarian ambitions. In Venezuela, an unchallenged authoritarian consolidation. In Crimea and Donbass, a policy of strategic management. Between Syrian President Bashar al-Assad and ISIS, containment. In Hong Kong and Xinjiang, performative theater. Kabul, retreat. Tehran, entreaties. The democratic world's aversion to confronting authoritarians for what they are, instead of longing for a return to an elusive normal they wish they had, can be summed up in one word: appeasement. In 2 years, China has become the principal external supplier of Iran's ballistic missiles and now buys nearly 90% of its oil. But this moment is bigger than one regime's collapse. It is about the Iranian people, the millions who have suffered and the thousands who have died for freedom. It is about fulfilling the ancient promise of Cyrus the Great. To the Iranian community in Canada and around the world, this is your moment. The ancient light of your civilization now pierces through the darkness of the last 47 years. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister began with strong measures, but now wavers between strength and de-escalation. De-escalation with a regime that launches missiles at its neighbors and massacres its own people is not policy, it's appeasement. The Iranian people deserve their freedom. The region deserves peace. Canada must have the moral clarity and act on our interests to stand on the right side of history. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech tonight. I think one of the things we're trying to do on this side of the House is make sense of what Liberals are saying and doing on this issue. And to give it the most charitable reading, they're still saying two contradictory things. On the one hand, we don't like this regime. We don't like that it's slaughtering its own people. We would like if it wasn't there. But on the other hand, they don't like the intervention. It seems like most of them don't. And it's hard to square them saying, okay, we want the regime to go, but we don't want anyone to take action to remove it. It seems to me that the Iranian community here in Canada and around the world has been clear about the fact that everything having been tried by the people, that they would like to see external support in their pursuit of change. Does the member agree? Is he hearing the same things from the community?
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
I thank the honourable member for his excellent question. And let me tell you, the man is on point. He knows what he's been talking about in defense of the Iranian people for a very long time. He's a true champion of our communities across Canada. They're hearing conflicted messages, 4 positions over 4 days, including from a prime minister that once said that the rules-based international order is over. Yet, only days ago, he says, well, we have to uphold international law and the rules-based international order. I'm not confident the Prime Minister is clear what his own mind is. It's clear not what his government stands for, and it's clear his caucus is completely divided. And to our Iranian communities here at home, it's devastating. It's devastating at a time that they need clear leadership.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. Yesterday, March 8th, was International Women's Day. My colleague spoke about the Women Life Freedom movement, and this is more of a comment than a question. I would just like to pay tribute to this movement. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about the fact that in religious regimes, often women are among the main victims.
I join my honorable colleague in standing with the women of Iran and women around the world. In fact, I appreciate the fact that she took some time to honor what this is all about. You know, the Women Life Freedom movement is part of a longer Iranian story of women's suffrage. For 47 years, women in Iran have been subjugated by the clerical military dictatorship to a radical ideology that has denied them education, opportunity, a franchise in their democracy. It has denied them the freedoms that they are born into. Now, when we saw the uprisings in January 8 and 9 begin, we saw young Iranians from across the country stand up for their own freedom. And it was the women who paid the severest price. The kind of tools of repression the regime uses is brutal beyond what I can say in this chamber, and it is something that we must hold to account.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honourable friend from Calgary Heritage. Regime change in Iran may be sought by many, but it doesn't necessarily lead to peace and prosperity for the people of Iran when it comes through an armed conflict. I recall, as he will as well, because he was in that government working with John Baird, when on June 14th, 2011, I was the only member of Parliament to vote against Canada going into bombing Libya. Because I said to John Baird at the time, what about these people that we now recognize as the legitimate government of Libya? It includes people from Al-Qaeda. And he famously said, we may not know the people we're now supporting, but we can be sure of one thing: they can't be as bad as Gaddafi. And the reality is we now have a failed state in Libya, and it exported a lot of arms to conflicts and terrorism around the world. Can we reflect on how we get about regime change so there's peace and stability?
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and the offering of her wisdom. What we have seen in the wars of the last 20 years are mistakes and errors that might have been corrected had we had today's wisdom, but we don't. Today, what we have is the story of the Iranian people themselves. The Iranian people are among the most pro-Western civilizational strengths that the region has to offer, despite the occupation of the regime over 47 years over its own people. The Iranian people go back millennia to Cyrus the Great and the cylinder that is now before the United Nations, describing one of the first instances of human freedom and human dignity and religious freedom. It is that aspiration that is now piercing through the veil of this 47-year-old tyranny, and the people of Iran are at a point where they've had enough of their government. They've paid the price with rivers of blood across the streets of Tehran and across the country.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And know that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Tonight's debate, Mr. Speaker, is taking place at a time of deep uncertainty in the Middle East. Canada's position on the current situation is clear. We call for de-escalation, we implore all parties to show restraint, and we reaffirm that the security and sovereignty of our regional partners must be protected.
Canada has long been clear-eyed about one of the central drivers of instability in the Middle East, the actions of the Iranian regime. For decades, Iran's leadership has pursued policies that undermine regional security. The regime has supported armed proxy groups throughout the Middle East, advanced its ballistic missile capabilities, and continued activities related to uranium enrichment that raise serious concerns for the international community. In recent days, those destabilizing patterns have been on full display. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, while this crisis does have important geopolitical dimensions, we also must recognize the deeply human dimensions of the crisis. Throughout the Middle East, there are tens of thousands of Canadians living, traveling, and working. Many of them have now been swept up in a rapidly changing security situation. For our government, protecting Canadians abroad is the immediate priority. When tensions began to intensify, we activated our crisis response mechanisms. Consular agents across the region have been working tirelessly to assist Canadians looking for information, advice, and support. Global Affairs Canada has rolled out an intensified consular operation. Additional staff have been deployed throughout the region. Our diplomatic missions stepped up their consular capacity, and the Emergency Watch and Response Centre, which works 24 hours a day, has actively coordinated assistance for Canadians looking to leave dangerous areas. At the center of these efforts are various departure options. Where airspace remains open, Canada has obtained spots for Canadians on commercial flights and has also organized charter flights to allow for safe departures. For example, the Government of Canada has also obtained seats on flights leaving Lebanon to help Canadians leave the region. These efforts are already bearing fruit. Over 900 Canadians were able to leave the region thanks to the flights and charter buses organized or facilitated by the Government of Canada. Just one charter flight allowed us to transport roughly 180 Canadians out of Dubai. Meanwhile, hundreds of other seats were reserved on commercial flights to allow Canadians to leave in the coming days. In zones where no flights are available, Canada worked with its partners to support overland departures. This includes assistance for Canadians traveling overland to neighboring countries where Canadian consular officials were there to help them continue their journey. Canadian representatives have been deployed in countries like Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkmenistan so that Canadians crossing land borders can receive immediate support, help with their documents, and support in booking a travel back to Canada. This is a complex effort, Mr. Speaker, one requiring devoted officials to work tirelessly. Airspace across the Middle East, flight cancellations, and the rapidly changing security conditions have meant that evacuation operations could not follow a predictable path, but our main objective is a clear one: ensure that Canadians wishing to leave the region can do so wherever possible through safe departure routes. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do all that is in our power to ensure the safety of Canadians, including by repatriating them. These are the responsibilities of a country that takes its role on the world stage seriously. These are the responsibilities that Canada will continue to fulfill with determination, diligence, and firmness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it has been my experience in this place that when you hear a member of the government say, "Our position is clear," that signals a case not clear. I have a very simple question for the member. I hope she will answer it. I'd like to know if she wants to see the regime in Iran removed from power.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. The Prime Minister was obviously clear. While Canadians are throughout the Middle East, we want to ensure that they are safe. We want to make sure that the regime stops and that there is safety for all countries in the region. On my end, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad I had an opportunity to talk about the importance of protecting Canadians who are currently in the Middle East and the importance of finding ways to bring them home should they desire to come back. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes time to providing consular services during an international crisis, why does it always take Canada longer than everyone else? The Americans sent boats, were active, and this time, like every other time, Canada was behind. I don't just want to know whether there's an emergency plan currently. I want to know why there wasn't a plan from the get-go, given the global context. Why weren't there consular officials already deployed in the region when it was clear that there was the risk of something happening, given the American buildup in the region? How come Canada had no emergency plan prior to the situation falling apart? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, know that the government is always ready to ensure that consular services are deployed in crisis situations. In this case, the Canadian government was ready to assess how many Canadians had questions and how many Canadians required support to leave the region safely. it must be noted. We sent additional officials to help out the ones working on the ground. Mr. Speaker, the work of our consular officials is important, and all the consular teams, both out in the field and in Canada, have been working 24 hours a day to bring Canadians home should they wish to come back.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question, but the member is not answering the question, so I'm going to ask the same question a second time. Does the member wish to see the end of the regime in Iran, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I was clear. The Prime Minister wants to make sure that Canadians are safe when they are in the region, in the Middle East, and we also want to make sure that this regime doesn't have the capacity of sponsoring terrorism as they are currently doing. That is why Canada has designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, and Canada is also involved in efforts to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And we have imposed more than 200 sanctions on Iranian individuals. So, as you know, we have a clear position, and that will continue to be the case. Questions and comments? We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, when Francophones reach out to Global Affairs Canada, why is it that they are directed to Anglophone resources? Well, Mr. Speaker, in everything I've seen throughout the week has been in both languages. If my colleague has concrete examples that he can share with me, I'll be ready to have a look at those. But let it be known that we are capable, and of course we have to offer our services in both official languages. And Mr. Speaker, I will make sure that that is being done. But if my honourable colleague has examples that we can take a look at to improve consular services, we are always ready to do that. What is important is the protection and safety of Canadians when they're abroad.
Honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues as well. We are having a very important debate tonight.
It's the morning of February 28th. I know from coast to coast to coast, people are scared. Canadians are praying for peace, wondering if the world is unraveling even faster, even as we've wondered since Putin invaded Ukraine 4 years ago. Is the world capable of pulling together for peace? And that is my goal tonight, to try to find some common threads, because what this must not be is purely a partisan debate. It's far too easy to point out that the Prime Minister made a mistake on February 28th in being too quick to issue a declaration that we supported bombing when it was obviously now, and it should have been obvious that day to the Prime Minister, a violation of international law. We must stand with international law, but now we are Canadians first and foremost, and around this room and through all parts of Canada, I'm sure what we most want is for our country to do the right thing. And I think if that means that we have to put partisanship to the side, s'il vous plaît, je pense que peut-être.
So, put partisanship aside.
Maintenant.
And the debate is and should be on what we can do.
Foreign Affairs said clearly we need to move to de-escalation. She's not alone in that. I want to quote the Secretary General of the United Nations at their emergency debates of the Security Council. And of course, we know that around the table at that Security Council are some of the prime actors in avoiding peace in this conflict. But still, Secretary General Antonio Guterres says military action carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region, one of the most volatile regions of the world. And he calls for the world needs a way out now, and that way is de-escalation and an immediate cessation of hostilities. How can Canada help? can we help? Well, we do need to stop saying there is no international law. There is such a thing as international law. It's the United Nations Charter. And it's critical that Canada continually defend the fact that there is a United Nations Charter. We're wrong when we decide it's important, difficult, awkward, embarrassing to point out when the United States violates the international rule of law by, for instance, seizing the president of Venezuela. Hard to point these things out, but when we have a U.S. president that right now 60% of Canadians now see the U.S. as a threat, we really do need to insist on the United Nations Charter being observed and respected, or stand up for us if someday we need to remind people that the United Nations Charter defends Canada's sovereignty. We need to defend the sovereignty of even those nations to see regimes as quickly as possible. No one will disagree, I don't think, that the Iranian regime is a despicable and brutal regime that oppresses, suppresses, and kills its own people. But that doesn't mean that the United States and Israel had any legal grounds to go into bombing of Tehran. That was reckless, dangerous, and we will continue to see the consequences maybe into the generations. We need now to seize the chance somehow, against the odds, of Canada playing the kind of role we're still respected in the world, play the kind of role we played long ago. Well, not that long ago. I'm thinking of Lloyd Axworthy. He was our foreign minister from 1996 to 2000, played a key role in getting the landmines treaty. And he's calling on this government to respect international law, to speak out, and to ensure that we're on the right side of history. For this, Mr. Speaker, it means that those in this room tonight take our responsibility, not just as partisans, but as human beings on a planet in peril, aside the obvious fun of making political points and getting partisan jabs. There hasn't been a single person speaking tonight with whom I most of what they said, not every word. Most of what everybody says in this room tonight is about how do we protect all of the world from an escalating conflict whose ultimate consequences could be beyond the disaster that we dare not speak its name. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude.
And comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully disagree with my colleague on the issue of international law. I would put to her 3 points. First, the right of sovereignty is properly understood to be invested in the Iranian people, not in their oppressors and occupiers. Iranian people that have taken to the streets, demanded change, and been brutally slaughtered, and are asking for action to protect them. Secondly, we have a responsibility to protect people who are being slaughtered by a regime that occupies them, people that have done everything they can but don't have the means to displace this regime without outside intervention. Thirdly, the member would have us go to the UN Security Council, where Russia in civilians in Ukraine could veto intervention against its ally or Iran. What does the member offer in response to these points, and practically that actually helps the Iranian people get out of this?
Honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
From Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, it's not possible to rewrite the United Nations Charter from your desk from a desk in this place. It is the case that sovereign nation states are recognized for their sovereignty as nation states. The honourable member, and I will agree with him, I do myself dislike the Iranian regime, but the sovereignty of that nation does not rest in its people, unfortunately, any more than sovereignty of any nation can be determined by public opinion polls.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotville. Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton since the last elections. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will ask a question to my colleague. Now, of course, there's a place for humanitarian assistance because the situation is extremely serious. As we speak, does the member agree that there shouldn't be one soldier who should be deployed Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Yes, thank you, my colleague Cynthia Sant Bagot Acton. I absolutely agree. The Canadian government shouldn't support illegal wars.
For Mount Royal.
Thank you to my honourable colleague, as always, for her speech. I wanted to ask, Madam Speaker, is the honourable member then saying you have a rogue regime that promotes terrorism abroad, that threatens communities across the world, on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon, has an ally in the Security Council that would veto any action the United Nations would take against it? Is the honourable member saying that the world should then do absolutely nothing and allow that country to get a nuclear weapon and destroy the world?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The member for Mount Royal knows that that's absolutely not the position Greens would take. We do believe that there can be multilateral diplomatic efforts, and we have always supported that the people of Iran deserve to be protected. Unfortunately, the responsibility to protect doctrine was wrecked when Canada went along with bombing Libya till Libya became a failed state, and we destroyed the opportunity to use responsibility to protect. It's a nascent notion in international law, and we must defend it, and we should be able to use it, but only within the constraints of those things that are legal.
The Honourable Member for Report for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, in follow-up to my previous question, the member's answer, as I understood it, was, well, we have to respect the existing recognition of sovereignty for an autocratic regime that is slaughtering its people, because apparently the UN Charter says we have to. Now, I disagree with that interpretation. I think there are plenty of legal basis for believing we can and should respond, including the fact that we have been attacked. But, Madam Speaker, more fundamentally, doesn't she think we have a moral obligation to stand with the innocent, and that when we see before our eyes thousands of people being slaughtered simply for peacefully protesting, don't we have at some point a moral obligation to say that the processes at the United Nations are not working, that we will not allow Vladimir Putin to veto action, and that the moral thing, the just thing, the right thing is to stand with those people who are being slaughtered rather than on the basis of a legal technicality?
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The United Nations Charter is not a legal technicality. If we didn't have it, this world would be in a great deal more trouble. But I do agree with the honourable member. We shouldn't turn away. We should never have turned away. We should not have allowed what happened in Syria to happen with Bashar al-Assad killing his people. We turned away because it was difficult. But a community of nations working together can take action, and we need to revive the doctrine of the responsibility to protect.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akiwenrek. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are gathered tonight to talk about the war that's going on in the Middle East. My late father was a veteran of the Second World War, decorated with the Legion of Honor, twice wounded on the battlefield, and he always said that there was nothing more ugly in life than war. And I would ask the question why my father went to war, and my mother responded saying, your father did it so that you didn't have to. Well, as we speak, Madam Speaker, millions of people are living in the insecurity of a war. And my colleague referred to the great nation of Iran, the Iranian people, and we support the Iranian people who are living under the Ayatollah regime for 47 years. So the Iranian people for 47 years have been oppressed under the terrible violence of the Ayatollah's regime. And we, as Canadians, in 1979, 1980, we helped the Americans get out of Tehran as the Ayatollah regime was letting terrorists enter into the U.S. embassy in the Canadian diplomatic history. So it's a repressive, theocratic, tyrannical regime that is ruling this country, and they are the principal source of terrorism. Yes, in their country, that is true. In the Middle East, that is the case, but across the world, even here in Canada, and I will come back to this point. My colleagues also referred to the nuclear threat, and that is also a factor we have to deal with. And because this regime is trying to build nuclear weapons, they massacre thousands of their own people because they did not share the same vision as the Ayatollah's regime. They shot down a civilian aircraft in which there were 55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents. Canadians were targeted by the regime in Tehran. Also, the attacks of the 7th of October 2023. And yes, they are a threat in this country because we know from intelligence resources that there are about 700 people acting under the orders of Tehran. He was supportive of the military action by Israel and the United States. The following day, he was saying he was not giving a blank check to what's being done. And then he took a third position and he referred to the possibility of military participation. So 4 changes of opinion or point of view in such a short amount of time. With all due respect to the Prime Minister and to his office, we have to observe that he hasn't been clear. And in wartime, you have to be clear. So I call on the Prime Minister to rectify this. As we speak, we support the initiatives of Israel and the United States because we believe that the Ayatollah regime has to come to an end. The crimes, the massacres, and the atrocities that have been going on for more than 45 years is not fitting of such a rich civilization. That is why, Madam Speaker, we do support the military initiative, but of course we wish for the end of the hostilities. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals haven't really participated that much in the debate, even though they were the ones who asked for the debate. But my question will be simple, Madam Speaker. Does my colleague realize that by supporting wholeheartedly the offensive by Donald Trump and the Israelis, and given what Donald Trump has said in terms of him wanting to pick the next regime and the next leader of Iran, do they not see that the dangers of wholeheartedly supporting this offensive? And should it not be up to the Iranians to pick their future and their political regime? That is my position, but when you support Donald Trump, you end up supporting his wish, his desire to pick Iran's next leader. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I know he knows Mr. Aaron Cutler, and Mr. Cutler has a lot of respect for my colleague. And Mr. Cutler, as we speak, is being targeted by the tyrannical regime in Tehran, the Ayatollah regime. It's not Iran, it's the regime, rather, in Tehran and the Ayatollah regime that is doing that. Madam Speaker, there's nothing good in a war. This terrorist regime has to come to an end. Honest people should take their place to represent the Iranian people as they wish and as they have the right to. But unfortunately, this right was taken away from them 47 years ago.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to take a minute to congratulate my colleague for his incredible speech and his clarity of moral conviction and our national interests. Listen, he has been a powerful voice in this Parliament for the people of Quebec, and they must be confused for what the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister have said over the past week, 4 positions over 4 days, and still no clarity tonight in tonight's Take Note debate. So I'd like to ask my friend and the honourable colleague, what do Quebecers think of these confused, equivocating, and unprincipled Liberals?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, à Cowenrac.
Madame la Présidente, au Québec.
Madam Speaker, in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, people are asking, where's the Prime Minister? Where is the Prime Minister in this debate? Where is the Prime Minister in this arena, the House of Commons? Oh, it's all well and good to wander around the world. It's all well and good to see him going to various parties in various countries. But the reality is today, the Prime Minister of Canada is here because millions of Canadians voted him in and they want him to act for Canada in Canada. But he's not even here in the House of Commons. The honourable member knows that we cannot refer to the presence or lack thereof of a member in the House. I would like to ask him to withdraw this comment. The honourable member for Citizen Beckett Acton. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is talking about this desired regime change. My question is, when would this work? When has it worked in the past to have a regime change through attack? Under Obama, there was an agreement that limited Iran's nuclear capacity and that controlled their ballistic missile capacities. China was there, Russia was there, the United States were there, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, everyone was there. Iran signed, and it meant that 95% of the uranium was given up and inspectors were able to freely visit nuclear reactors. Does that not show that diplomacy works when people put in the effort? The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent, Akiawenrak. Absolutely, when diplomacy is well applied, it works. Canada invented the concept of the Blue Berets, for example. But we cannot rewrite history, but we can write the future. What is happening now is that we have a tyrannical regime that has, for the last 47 years, imposed a terrible diktat upon a population that does not deserve it. And yes, there are countries that are being directly threatened by the nuclear threat of the regime. But here in Canada, we have Canadians that are being threatened by hundreds of people who are throughout the country and who act for Tehran and who want to impose their laws here.
Debate, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by reminding members from the governing party about what it is we are actually speaking about today. We're talking about the oppressive and brutal Iranian regime, the very regime that for 47 years has perpetrated atrocities on its own people and supported and wreaked havoc throughout the whole Middle East region and other places around the world. Let me just bring up a couple of examples, Madam Speaker. Justice 88 is a group that commemorates on an annual basis what happened in 1988 when this very brutal Iranian regime decided to arbitrarily murder 30,000 people they claim to be political prisoners in their prisons, right in one shot, gone. Tens of thousands of people murdered. Majid Reza Rahnavard, Madam Speaker, was a very vibrant young man who dared to speak truth to power and want democracy in his own country. Not only did they murder him, but they hung him from a crane in Tehran so that anybody driving by can see that if you dare to speak one word against the regime, you're going to hang there dead for your fellow citizens to see. Masha Amini was a 21, 22-year-old young lady who was wearing a hijab, but it wasn't to the liking of a particular IRGC monster who wanted it lowered to her eyebrows. When she questioned why she was brutally murdered, many members in this House stood up and made statements about Masha Amini. I want to remind the honourable members in the entire House. Flight PS 752, Madam Speaker. Another atrocious monster pushed the button, programmed the machine, pushed the button, and fired not one, but 2 missiles into a civilian airport, murdering 55 Canadians, 30 permanent residents in Canada, and a total of some 176 people, including children, Madam Speaker. This is who we are talking about when we're talking about de-escalation and diplomacy. You cannot have diplomacy with people that behave like this. These are not normal human beings, Madam Speaker. Here in Canada, Iranian communities are living in fear. fear that someone is in our community that is going to squeal on them and something's going to happen to their families back home, or live in danger in their own homes in the communities in which we represent, and I represent a particular area of York region that is the heart of the Iranian-Canadian community in Canada. Repeatedly we see these things, and yet we see a Prime Minister who has decided to be radio silent in Parliament on this issue. He has not stood in his place, he has not addressed Parliament, he has not voiced any opinion, other than when someone puts a microphone in his face wherever he is traveling around the world doing his own things. 4 different times he's changed his mind on how he sees the effort of the United States and Israel, the incursion into Iran, where basically what they're doing is trying to help the Iranian people get their country back and to have their own voice. A very inconsistent and incoherent message coming from the Prime Minister of Canada. It is unfair to Iranians. It certainly is unfair to Canadians, all Canadians, and especially Canadians in our very vibrant, dynamic Iranian community. Flip-flopping on issues like this is not advisable at best at any time, especially in this particular instance. Today I gave notice of a motion, Madam Speaker, at the Citizenship and Immigration Committee that would, amongst other things, do a few things, okay, that address, however, the abysmal record of the immigration file of this Liberal government. 7, as you know, ministers in the last 10 years. But just in a nutshell, in the interest of time, I asked to expedite the deportation of non-citizens known to be IRGC operatives and to release the name of the individual reported on February 6th, 2026, who was asked and obtained the right for his name not to be revealed, who is known to be an IRGC operative. The names of all IRGC operatives and all people threatening people in our communities in Canada, Madam Speaker, must be disclosed expeditiously so people in Canada can live safe. Iranian Canadians deserve to live in safe communities. Canadians across our nation deserve to live in safe communities. Canadians have a right to live in that safety, and it is the responsibility of this Prime Minister and this government to ensure that we support unequivocally the overthrow of the brutal Iranian regime and return the beautiful country of Iran back to its people. Thank you.
Great. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage. Yes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I remain a huge fan of your work and your stewardship in this chamber, and I'm pleased to speak before you today. In fact, I'd like to take a minute to congratulate my colleague from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. He has been a powerful voice for the great people of his communities. We're so honored to have him in this parliament, to be championing their cause and be such a clarion voice for their interests, their values, and their dignity. In fact, I'd like to ask the honourable member for his assessment of what his constituents are advising him of with respect to the confusion that they've seen from Liberal leaders giving 4 different messages over 4 days in the period of a week, and even tonight's Take Note debate, not having a clear sense of what the government's actual position is, must cause a great deal of grief and pain. So I'm curious what the honourable member thinks.
Great question. For Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my learned colleague for that absolutely excellent question. In fact, Madam Speaker, the community is not only the community itself, but the friends of the community have gathered in hundreds of thousands of people. Just roughly 10 days ago, 350,000 people gathered in Richmond Hill with one voice, asking for the overthrow of the regime, asking for support of the American and Israeli effort to overthrow this government. Madam Speaker, people are fed up. They're fed up because they're living in fear. They're fed up for what's happening to their families back home. Their loved ones are being taken out of their homes, beaten to death because they dared to say, we want to have a voice in how we are governed. That's what we're dealing with a brutal regime like this. With people that behave like this, you cannot have diplomacy. You cannot have de-escalation talks. They're not people to have de-escalation talks. Their way of resolving problems is by hanging people from cranes in Tehran Square, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. We've been talking a lot about this war and the government's support of certain actions. But what about the consequences here of this conflict, the consequences like inflation when we're already in uncertain economic times? So my question is he aware of the possible consequences of this conflict? Farmers and producers could suffer from this as well.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. Madam Speaker, it's hard to put a dollar sign or to monetize or to speak in financial or economic terms when you're talking about people's lives. I will share with my honorable colleague the following story of a constituent of mine in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, who came to me and told me that my first cousin was taken out of his bed in his bedroom where he was with his parents, a young man, taken from there, disappeared for 3 days, only for the family to be informed. I informed my friend opposite, only for the family to be informed 3 days later to go pick up his body at a specific corner on 2 streets in Tehran. When they went to find the person, their loved one, he was still had a pulse, but he was near death, Madam Speaker, with a note on him that said, if you dare take him to the hospital or dare call a doctor, we will not only kill him, but we will kill all of you as well. I find it very, very difficult to sit here and talk about what's going to happen to perhaps an economic effect on Canada and at the same time say it doesn't matter what happens to people living in Iran because they're living there and we're living here. That's not human. I cannot participate in the discussion at that level. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No one seems to want to answer my question on the Conservative side, but I think that's a legitimate question. Supporting an offensive, a Donald Trump military offensive, Donald Trump who said, after this, I'll choose the next regime in Iran because we're going to win the war. That's what Donald Trump said. So de facto, they are blindly supporting the American and Israeli offensive, and so they are supporting Donald Trump's will to choose the next regime in Tehran. I deeply believe that it's a bit Zionist to do so. Shouldn't there be a bit more nuance, perhaps a bit of thought in how opposed they are to it? And I say this in a friendly way. Could they perhaps have a bit more nuance in their thoughts?
Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, like 15 seconds.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, the Iranian regime's brutality is limitless. The country will never help Iranians. A democratic government has to be chosen by the Iranian people, and today that is not possible without the intervention.
I'm désolé. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for Setia-Saint-Bagot-Acton. Madam Speaker, I want to come back to what was just said. In 1953, there was a man called President Moghadesh in Iran who was overthrown so that the Shah would take his place. It's the Brits and the Americans who did so. What we often forget to mention is that Canada offered logistical support and diplomatic support to overthrow Moghadesh, who wanted to nationalize oil resources. So let's never forget that by forcing a new regime upon the population, it's always a bit dangerous. I'd like to come back to the Liberals' position with regards to the debate from today. It's the first time that the Prime Minister is faced with an international crisis of this scale. Unfortunately, he has failed in a rather unfortunate way during his first intervention when he unreservedly supported and blindly supported the Donald Trump's military offensive and Israel's military offensive. Unfortunately, he made this statement without having consulted our allies. And that's not right, Madam Speaker. One cannot simply support this kind of offensive. It is not normal to not consult our main allies before we make this kind of statement. It's not normal to not have an emergency consular plan before the explosion of the conflict. All of our allies, all of Canada's allies already had emergency consular plans. You didn't need a crystal ball to understand that America was sending boats to the region. A number of our allies had already drafted a plan to exfiltrate their citizens if there was a conflict, but unfortunately Canada did not have one, which explains the reason for which it is so difficult for Canadians and Quebecers to exit the area, those who are currently stuck in the area. They cannot come back as rapidly as French people, Romanians as well. Romania deployed much more effective and efficient consular measures than Canada. It is not normal that Canada has yet to prepare or announce measures with regards to the consequences of this conflict. Conflict impacts on Canadians. So currently, I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, it's rather unfortunate to see the results that we do see at the moment, and it's unfortunate to see the government's management, well, they call it a new government, but in their first international major crisis. So that was the Liberals. On to the Conservatives. And it's not much better for the Conservatives. I've just mentioned it. They were proud of the Prime Minister's first statement. The Leader of the Opposition said he was proud of the Prime Minister during this first statement. So sometimes we wonder if the Prime Minister isn't red Tory at the end of the day. Anyway, the Conservatives and the Liberals agreed for a day. It's not right to support someone like Donald Trump, who has clearly and openly said that his will was that he would be able to choose the next regime at the end of the war and the next leader in Tehran. It's not right to have this kind of position, so I invite all parties to think at least a little when faced with a conflict of this scope. The New Democrats now, they shouldn't ask for an emergency debate. They shouldn't have a press conference asking for an emergency debate and then not turn up for our debate this evening. The NDP currently isn't taking part in the debate when they had a full press conference asking for an emergency debate on the matter. All that to say, of all the oppositions, I don't think that it's right to have all these parties that want to rule a G7 country. And I think that our party, however, has had the best position from the very beginning. What should have been done from the very beginning, and I hope that my colleagues are taking notes. First of all, consult our allies. Second of all, prepare a consular plan before the conflict begins. And finally, enacting measures on potential consequences here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-North Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas, which is a proxy terror organization funded by the Iranian regime, conducted one of the worst mass murders of Jewish people since the Holocaust. The government of the regime in Iran has presented an existential threat to Israel for, frankly, time immemorial. Does my colleague agree that the Israeli people have the right to defend themselves?
No. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, of course, the Bloc Québécois has always said and will always say the following. Israel has the right to defend itself, as is the case for any independent country, any independent nation. It has the right to enact measures to defend itself. But then, there's international law. And there are allies that we can work with through diplomacy, through international organizations such as the United Nations, the G7, NATO, various international organizations to create alliances and to make sure that all democratic nations' security is kept safe.
Honourable member for Calgary, no. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford.
L'honorable député n'a pas besoin d'être.
The honourable member does not have to be at her spot. We are at the committee of the whole. The honourable member can speak from wherever she is.
First.
Oui, OK. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean for his speech where he laid out the solutions put forward by the Bloc Québécois, consulting allies, recognizing that it's up to the Iranian people to decide their leader. Then prepare a contingency plan before the conflict. But what about preparing measures to mitigate the impacts here in Canada? I'd like to hear a bit more about this. A quick answer. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I greatly appreciate that question. 5 minutes goes by very quickly. We know that there will be impacts. We're already experiencing them. What does this mean? Of course, energy prices will skyrocket, but there will also be impacts on nearly all economic sectors. Perhaps there'll be job losses. Perhaps there will be an increase in inflation. So what we're saying is that first and foremost, we have to implement subsidies, and our leader mentioned it, wage subsidies for industries that will be impacted by the war. That happened during COVID, and the Bloc Québécois proposed it. The government picked it up, which we were very happy to see. So let's continue to do so in the current situation to reassure people and also reassure companies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary, no, sir.
Diesel, $5.81 a gallon, highest average price in the United States Canadian. And I hope you're still alive out there. Have you frozen to death yet?
The capacity for nuclear weapons, when it created mass terror acts on many people around the world, different groups, including Israel. So I would like my colleague to explain how the Israeli government degrading the Iranian regime's capacity to build nuclear weapons, stockpile additional weapons for its proxies, and continue the reign of terror on the Jewish people would not constitute defending itself.
I'm okay.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Now it's sundown.
What we've been saying since the very beginning is that we cannot support a military offensive, an American military offensive with Israel when there hasn't been pre-consultations. Even the American side wasn't consulted. So we will always defend Israel's right to defend itself. It's not because someone commits a crime that you should commit one back. But I'm not even saying it's a crime. I'm saying that first and foremost, we have to speak to our allies, ensure that everyone's on the same page, and also ensure that what comes afterwards, that there are no imminent disasters further to the military actions that were taken by Donald Trump and Israel. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Cyr-Saint-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This evening, we're holding this Take Note debate. We wanted it to be an emergency debate because many of us asked for that. And this is an extremely concerning question. I think that, any human being is struck by this tragedy. And so I have a number of colleagues around me. We're all about the same age. And we all grew up with this classic from Quebec cinema, which was called The War of the Tooks. And it says, what it said was that war, but that's not a reason to hurt each other. And now we've emerged from childhood, and unfortunately we're witnessing this somber reality where we see the country is strewn with the bodies of men and women and children. We are seeing PTSD for soldiers coming home. And in many cases, we're also witnessing families who will never see their fathers or their spouses again.
Unfortunately, there are wars that are right and necessary, but when war can be avoided, that should be that is the best solution. Right now, in this case, my colleague before me said or rather, he explained how Canada and U.S. contributed to the overturning of the Iranian regime that led to the putting in place of the Shah. And I don't know how necessary it is to point out that no one here in this House, no one is sympathetic to the Iranian regime. No one is sympathetic to its policies or for the terrorist practices that have been supported by the Iranian regime. That's not where the matter lies. The debate is elsewhere. There is no one here, regardless of our party stripes, who has any kind of sympathy for this terrorist regime that is Iran. However, there's one thing for sure. The nation building that is imposed upon a country does not work. When there are imperial wars that are tried to replace a regime, that is, it never works. And did it work in Iraq? No. Did it work in Afghanistan? Even though that was a justified war because that was a regime that had launched a terrorist attack on the Western world. Now, so that war was necessary. But the Taliban returned a few years later. So with regard to Iran, is it going to work? And the answer is no as well. The regime of the Ayatollahs is one that was very unpopular. It was drawing to an end. The economy was terrible. It was starting to be unstable, and the young people were speaking out against it. They were hostile to this regime. So it was probably just a matter of time before it was overturned all by itself. But with these attacks that were launched with no consultation with partners, the United States and Israel will likely have created future generations of people who are anti-Western, and they're going to they're going to hand that down through generations. And that means that anti-Western hate is going to last for a very, very long time. And, you know, we used to call them neoconservatives during the Bush era. And they thought that bombing countries was a good way of imposing democracy. And yet they were denounced by the Trump administration. I went to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly last year, and the United States gave a speech against such practices, these imperialistic practices. This kind of practice has never worked anywhere. And so we are staunchly in favor of the sending of humanitarian convoys, of the deployment of emergency assistance to the people there. And we have said so. We have said no Canadian soldier should set foot in Iran for military purposes. That will not work. We will get involved for reasons that have nothing to do with our values. We'll get involved in a conflict that is not going to solve anything. And yet, I'm not trying to reinvent history or to rewrite history. Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues from the Bloc have been talking about the lack of consultation on Israel's response to the Iranian regime. I would just like to note that Israel was not consulted before Iranian terror proxy Hamas killed 1,200 innocent Jews and other persons, including 46 Americans, on October 7th. Canada wasn't consulted when the Iranian regime shot down 45 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. So can my colleague explain how Israel defending itself by degrading the Iranian regime's capacity to create nuclear weapons and arm its proxies is not justified?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Cyr-Bagot. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I had about a minute left, I think, Madam Speaker, and that will allow me to close my thoughts, because if we look back to history, we can look to a time where ABMs limited the nuclear deployment. And that means that Iran got rid of 95% of its uranium, and it allowed inspectors in to visit their facilities. And that was during the Obama era, and it was an agreement that was signed by Russia, China, the UK, and all those people are around a table, and now those people have trouble looking each other in the eyes. So I'm saying that diplomacy works and escalation doesn't. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I want to ask a clear question, and I will not indicate whether certain people are here or not. I would just like to ask my colleague whether he finds it normal that the leader of the Green Party tonight has asked more questions and made more comments in response to speeches than any members from the Liberal Party or the NDP put together, where it is those parties that called for this debate. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, neither will I underscore the absence or presence of anyone, but I would really have liked, given the importance of this debate, to have known what the position of the Prime Minister is. But I imagine I'm not going to find that out this evening.
The honourable member for Montreuil.
Oui, merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I acknowledge the comments of my colleague. I would like to ask my colleague where his leader is this evening. The honourable member. Yes, around. He will be able to hear the speech, but Madam Speaker, I think that he will also be able to hear the answer, and he wasn't here in the House, and that's why he didn't know that our leader already gave his speech. I'd like to just say that we shouldn't be asking this type of questions. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are 700 senior officials of the Iranian regime in Canada, yet the Liberals have only managed to deport one, and they are hiding the identity of some of these persons, one in particular, in their deportations hearings. Would my colleague agree that it's not in the public interest to hide the identity of Iranian officials that the CBSA has deemed to be necessary to be deported from the country when no other person gets these rights? Thank you.
The honourable member. Well, honestly, I did not research that specifically, so I'm going to be careful in answering. But if I look at how this is formulated, if everything is right, then yes, there is an important lack of rigor. What did she say? I think there was only one who's not being disclosed, and yes, so I think that is insufficient. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know whether my colleague finds that the consular services that have been provided since the beginning of the conflict are worthy of a country, a G7 country, because we've seen a number of stories in the media, and I have the impression that the Canadian consular services are lagging well behind the consular services of our allies. The honourable member, 30 seconds. That is indeed the case, Madam Speaker. I know my colleague wants to ask another question, so I'm going to try and be quick. No? Well, okay. In that case, I'll add a little more detail, but no, our consular services are not up to par. And so we're hearing about francophones who've asked for information. They're being answered in English, especially when we go back to the lack of preparation before this conflict. That is not worthy of this country.
Speaker, for 47 years, the Iranian regime has ruled in the shadow of repression, crushing its own people, jailing and murdering dissidents, massacring tens of thousands, and acquiring a nuclear arsenal. That we've made clear in the debate tonight. But for a lot of people, the dreams of that regime actually crumbling are closer than they've ever been in their lifetime. And there's going to be lots to be said about the position of Canada, the conflict in Iran, the toppling of a regime, and our nation's place in the world. But I'm going to talk about what this means right here for us in Canada, because that is exactly what we can control. This is about building a safer country free of terrorism, a country where freedom and protection under the law actually means something for everyone here. We've got 700 IRGC agents that we know about that are currently active in this country. The minister stood up today and couldn't even tell us if there was more than one that has been expelled from this country. I am a proud member of Parliament who represents a small part of that community. And on a regular basis, I get calls from members of that community who have run away from that regime, scared, because with a blurred out background, sitting in their cars with a blacked out number, away from their homes because they are terrified that the repression and the reach of that regime is right here in our country. We know of senior members of the regime that have worked out in the same gyms as they have in a neighborhood gym in my own constituency. We know of senior members of the regime eating in fancy steakhouses. We know of senior members of the regime's kids who are studying in universities here. I can't tell you how disappointing it is to hear a prime minister have 4 different positions on this in 4 days. In fact, I think we heard 2 more different positions here in this debate in this House throughout the day. That is, of course, unclear to the hundreds of thousands of Canadian Iranians who have been in the streets calling for the toppling of the regime. But it is even more concerning to our allies and to our place in the world. I'm going to go back to what we can do right here. There has been violence in our communities. There have been people kidnapped. There has been potentially murders because of the reach of the mullah's thugs. And I want to speak for a second directly to the Iranian Canadian community. I want to say clearly in this House, because it hasn't been said, the mullahs are not the history of Iran. The mullahs can never be the history of Iran, and it is our responsibility as members of Parliament of a G7 country, members of the civilized world, members of a Western democracy, to stand up against tyranny at every opportunity that we get. That opportunity has been given to the Prime Minister tonight, and he is nowhere to be found in this debate throughout the day in the House. He has not made his position clear in the House of Commons and to Parliament at all. He has made a position sort of clear on one day. He first said that he supported the strikes. Then he said he regretted that support. Then he said it was in contravention of international law. Then he somehow said that he would join the strikes. Then he said he wasn't asked to join the strikes. I'm going on and on because you can see how ridiculous it is to anybody watching it. Our allies and those in the community who are suffering from the repression right here in Canada. I want to make a few things very clear, and I will do it in 1 minute. I want the government to commit today to expelling every single regime agent that has made Canada their own playground for the activities that we see on the other side of the world that have subjugated a population of those poets and architects and those yearning for their freedom. I want every single one of those agents gone from this country so that everybody who came here for freedom, so that every woman, so the notion of woman life freedom actually means something. I want every single Liberal who stood on a stage for the last 3 years chanting woman life freedom to actually mean it in this House, to actually show up for this debate and to actually have a position on it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe.
I'm really
Thank you, Madam
sorry
Chair.
you're stuck out there. Are you
I
okay,
thank my
Ian?
colleague for her contribution to the debate,
You
even
all
if we
right?
aren't in agreement.
Yeah, I'm all right,
And I
except just
fully
for the lower
understand
back who's
this
going
desire
wanky
that
on
one
me.
can
Yeah,
have
I'm
to
really
see this
sorry.
regime being thrown into the trash can
It's
of
all good.
history. We agree on that point.
I'll just get myself on a bench.
But
Yeah.
this was one of these cases that we've never seen where how can we hope that this will be sustainable?
Iranian Canadians chanting women life freedom, supporting the rights of the LGBT community not to be thrown off a roof, or to support women's rights in Iran. What did they think that meant? What did they think the hundreds of thousands of people in the crowd were chanting for? Did they think that it was just going to be a magical democracy that came out of nowhere? Finally, the Iranian people are on the verge of freedom, and we're right there with them.
The commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member, my apologies, for Cambridge. No, sorry, not for Newmarket.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and her strong convictions. I would be interested to hear her thoughts on the consequences and the damage of having our own Prime Minister, the leader of this country, change positions so many times. What does that say not only to Canadians, to the Iranian diaspora here, but also to the rest of the world?
Member for Thornhill.
Well, I think it's a concerted strategy. I think it's a concerted strategy of saying one thing to one group of people at a certain time and an entirely different thing to another group of people. And we've seen that strategy play out where the Prime Minister divides the Canadian population on an issue of foreign affairs without ever taking a position. The only problem is now that everybody sees the game. Everybody sees the game that the Prime Minister is playing, including our allies. It's pretty sad.
The Deputy Shepherd.
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Chair, I thank my colleague for her speech. However, she did not answer my colleague's question. My colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Is there any country where nation building has actually worked? And this is imposed nation building by Donald Trump. Is this really going to live up to women life freedom expectations?
The same position, that the freedom of Iran belongs to the people of Iran and that the future of Iran belongs to the people of Iran, and that the decision of how they are led in the future only belongs to the decisions of the Iranian people. We will continue to take that position. And by any means necessary, if this regime is one step closer to being toppled, I think that is a good day for Western democracy, and I think it's an even better day for human history.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sandwich-Schofield.
For Thornhill, I couldn't agree more that it would be a great day to see the end of this regime. My problem is that the lessons of history tell us that when wars have started for regime change, they often fail to achieve regime change. A worse leadership is put in place by the same kinds of thugs you're hoping to get rid of the first time. And I asked the honourable member if she sees a pathway to the people of Iran being able to choose their own leadership if in a situation of conflict that's escalating out of control.
For Thornhill.
Speaker, the path only starts when the current regime is toppled. And there we are a step closer to that today than we ever have been in my lifetime and in the 47 years of this brutal dictatorship. The member opposite has a long, illustrious career in this place, and I hope that she's not suggesting that you just give up when you don't see the outcome that you want, because that's not what she's done in this place. So I'm surprised that she's advocating for that for an entire group of people.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to respond to some of the points being made across the way, it seems bizarre to me to say that the lessons of history are that intervention in defense of people who are suffering and are seeking democracy can never succeed. I mean, Germany, Japan, there are many instances. Frankly, Afghanistan was stabilized and was democratic until an abrupt pullout. So to suggest that somehow defense of the innocent can never lead to the advance of democracy is clearly historically wrong. removing the regime so that the people can choose their own governments is a path forward.
Thornhill in 5 seconds.
I will thank my colleague for his comment.
Being debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
So, Madam Speaker, the Iranian regime is, as my colleague said, a brutal dictatorship that is directly responsible for the death of Canadians, never mind countless Jewish people, others, entire reigns of terror over its own people. I think of Masha Amini, women in Iran. So this is a brutal dictatorship. In fact, after much pressure from the Conservatives for years, the Liberal government finally designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. The problem is that there hasn't been a lot of enforcement on what that means in terms of Iranian officials. So these are people who are senior officials who are directly involved in human rights abuses. There hasn't been a lot of action taken by the Liberal government to deport over 700 people who we know are in the country that would fall under this category. In fact, today there was a significant Globe and Mail story, I believe it was, that showed that there was only one person who fit this category who was deported. So I would just say this. Today we had officials in front of our committee, and we asked, this was the Immigration Committee, and we asked them essentially why this was the case. And these are reasons that were cited today. There were no flights to Iran. They needed to protect the privacy of Iranian regime officials. They had pending asylum claims. Look, that's bananas. The reality is that hundreds of senior Iranian officials who are complicit in human rights abuses have come to Canada and remain here, and the Liberal government is not really doing anything about it. They're letting their officials just go, okay, like it's fine. They need to exert political will and say things have to change. And the reality is that Canada is actually becoming an attractive destination for Iranian regime officials to flee to because they know that lax screening procedures allow them to enter undetected. And they know that even if they are detected, they're not going to be deported because they have endless appeal processes available to them. They can claim asylum. There's loopholes in the laws and in the processes. And I would like to think that nobody in this place would like to see this continue to happen. What we saw today at our committee was one of the worst exercises in bureaucratic incompetence that I've seen in almost my entire tenure in this place. The minister should be, I'll put it this way, if I was the immigration minister, I would have called all of these officials into my office and raked them over the coals and given them a plan on how to do better. Because public safety is at stake, and there are members of the Iranian diaspora in Canada who feel deeply unsafe. So that we're not just opposing the Liberals' failed approach here. Conservatives are also proposing a constructive path forward. Today, the government, actually all members in this place, we can do something material and concrete to oppose the Iranian regime with the strokes of a few pens. So Conservatives will be provoking a debate in the Immigration Committee over the following motion, which we gave notice of today. We would like the Liberals to undertake a comprehensive review of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act with an eye to modernize it, to prevent Iranian regime officials from avoiding deportation by clearly ensuring that non-citizens who are deemed inadmissible, if they are involved in regime-linked businesses, spreading propaganda or human rights abuses. So, for example, there was an Iranian official who was able to evade deportation because even though he ran a regime-funded propaganda distribution newspaper, even though he was a deputy general in the Supreme Leader's office in the UAE, even though he held a senior position in the Friday Imams policy propaganda, he was saying, well, I wasn't a cabinet minister, so I should be allowed to stay here. So the law clearly needs to be updated, and frankly, shame on the IRB for allowing him to stay here. We have other measures in here as well, too, to create an exemption for non-refoulement protections for Iranian regime officials who have been deemed inadmissible due to human rights abuses. And we also would like the government to table with Parliament the identities of known Iranian regime officials who who are currently present in Canada, especially those under deportation orders. These are common sense measures that would keep Iranian diaspora and frankly all Canadians safe. And the government could do that today, and it would be a way for Canada to strike a blow to the heart of the regime to say, no, Canada is not a safe destination for human rights abusers who have been involved in this regime to flee. If we do not do this, I suspect that in a very short period of time, some Prime Minister will have to stand up and do an apology.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora. Oh, sure, sorry. You're right. Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, whom I esteem very highly, and I would like to ask her quite a simple question. The leader of the official opposition earlier today said that he was proud of the Prime Minister because he had said that the Allies had not consulted Canada and that we had not been consulted on the Israeli and American actions. However, did the Prime Minister consult allies before making a statement? He did not consult his allies before making a statement.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Here's what I know. The Iranian regime did not consult the Jewish people when they murdered 1,200 people who were innocent on October 7th, 2023. They did not consult the dozens of Canadians who were blown to smithereens in an attack in January 2020. I could stand here for hours and talk about all of the regime's human rights abuses that they did not consult the international community. And frankly, that, lefty squishos in the international community let them get away with for years. So I support the right of Israel to defend itself against the terror that they've seen from the Iranian regime, and I would like to see the Liberal government do more to deport Iranian officials who see Canada as a safe haven due to Liberal inaction.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I had an open house this weekend in my riding, which has a large Iranian community. And one of the questions that came up is, Sandra, we know that there are about 700 IRGC operatives here in Canada. Please explain to me why this Liberal government is not doing anything about expelling them and allowing them to operate here and to intimidate Canadians. I'd love to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that.
No, member for Calgary Nose Hill.
They need to be doing more. It's patently crazy that the Liberal government is saying things like, well, we've only deported one because there's no flights to Iran, and we should protect their identities and let them claim asylum. Like, that's just craziness that, frankly, the minister needs to go to her officials and say, hello, read the room. People are unsafe. These are human rights abusers. Maybe we should deport them, as the law says we should do. So this is why Conservatives have put forward a common sense motion at the Immigration Committee. We will be triggering a very publicized debate on this. I would ask my colleagues that are here, we'll have Wednesday caucus meetings. I would ask my Liberal colleagues to take this seriously. I tried to write the motion so that it was politically palatable, and under the auspices of the current law, we're asking for things like a review. There's no reason why we shouldn't be supporting these measures and keeping Canadians safe.
Comments. The honourable member,
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the differences between our positions are very clear, and even if we agree on the fact that we should not be partisan, it's also healthy to have a debate. We're not a school of fish, because the truth comes from compromises, and that is the way that things have to work in a democracy. If we all walked the same way, it wouldn't work. But that said, this is a take-note debate, and this is what it's for. It's to raise different points of view. But what does she think about the muteness of Liberal MPs who wanted this debate and who we are hearing very little from tonight?
Nose Hill.
Oh man, my colleague is asking me to put my mind into the minds of my Liberal colleagues, and that's something that I do not feel like doing tonight. I would just implore all the colleagues in here. There is a motion in front of Immigration Committee. There's already media stories on it. I intend to make this a big issue. I ask you all to take this back to your colleagues at your caucus meetings on Wednesday morning. This should be supportable, and we should see government action on this to ensure that Iranian regime officials are deported. They shouldn't be allowed to stay in Canada. Their identities shouldn't be protected for privacy. They shouldn't be given asylum. Like this, it's just bananas. Let's get them out of the country.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Emergency Management and Resilience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Willowdale. First of all, Mr.
You get a glitch.
Yeah, hang on.
Chair, I would say that this debate tonight boils down for me to four simple.
My apologies. We'll try to get
questions. One,
going again.
Are Canadians safer? Is Canada safer?
See, guys, that's not my fault.
If Iran is denied the opportunity to possess nuclear weapons? To me, the answer is a very clear yes. Number two, is Canada better? Are Canadians better off? Is the world better off? Are the Iranian people better off if this regime disappears? The answer is yes. Number three, is there some kind of precedent, some kind of horrible precedent being created internationally that is bad for Canada as a result of
Sit tight, it's coming.
the action to stop the Iranian regime from getting nuclear
We'll be okay. It's coming back.
weapons? My answer to that is no, and I will explain to you why, Mr. Speaker, because this Iranian regime.
My apologies again.
Not only massacres their own citizens, not only destroys the rights of Iranians in Iran, but this regime foments terrorism across the Middle East, across the world, and kills people in other countries for terrorist purposes.
Here we go again.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think this regime can be distinguished from literally every other regime in the world, and the danger of this regime acquiring nuclear weapons differentiated from any other regime in the world. And number four, what should Canada do as a result? We're not involved in the conflict. Our troops aren't there. What are our baseline requirements? Mr. Speaker, to me, our baseline requirements are twofold. Number one, bring home Canadian citizens and permanent residents from the Middle East. Whoever wants to come home, we need to help them get home. Number two, we need to protect Iranian Canadians, Jewish Canadians, and all Canadians from this regime. We need to make sure that people in Canada are safe. We have already seen this regime take actions in our own country that have put Canadians in danger. And Iranian Canadians have the right to live in Canada, not in fear of this regime. Jewish Canadians have the right to live in Canada, not in fear of their synagogue being shot because of this regime hiring gangs in Canada. So to me, Mr. Speaker, that is the baseline requirement. Now, what has this Iranian regime done worldwide? Well, in 2024 in July, I was in Argentina. I was in Argentina for the 30th anniversary of the worst terrorist attack in Argentinian history, the bombing of the AMIA, the Jewish community offices in Argentina. The Argentinian judicial system has found that those responsible were the Iranian regime. Not only were they responsible for the bombing of the AMIA that killed 85 people and wounded 300, they were also responsible for the bombing of the Israeli embassy in Argentina in 1992. But
hang on, I'm getting you another.
Mr. Speaker, that's not all. Recently, Australia has discovered that the Iranian surprise regime was responsible for the firebombing and fire that took place at a synagogue.
Yeah.
They're
There we
thinking,
go.
and anyone who wants this regime to stay in power, I don't know what they're thinking, because my Iranian community in my riding has made it very clear to me, and Iranian Canadians across the country that I've talked to have made it very clear to me that they want this regime gone, and they support actions to get rid of this regime. Of course, as the member for Thornhill said, the Iranian people need to choose the next leadership of Iran. But that doesn't mean that this regime is something that anyone wants to remain in power, because they're dangerous to their own people, they're dangerous to the world, they're dangerous to Canadians especially, which is our primary priority. And I would like to end off, Mr. Speaker, by saying one thing. Over the last week, we've continued a successive wave of anti-Semitic incidents in Canada that started on October 7th and just has never ended. 3 synagogues were shot at in Toronto. And everyone stood there. My colleague from St. Paul who's sitting next to me was there. I know my colleague from Eglinton Lawrence, who was one of the synagogues was in riding, would have wanted to be there. This cannot continue. Everyone stood there and said that governments at all levels, the federal government, the provincial government, the municipal government, police at all levels, the municipal police that have jurisdiction, the OPP, the RCMP, everyone needs to protect Jewish Canadians, and I would add everyone needs to protect Iranian Canadians, and everyone needs to protect all Canadians. That has to be our #1 priority as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
So at the beginning of this operation in Iran, the Prime Minister was in the same place as the honourable member who has just spoken in the House. But since then, the Prime Minister has described the same strikes as a dangerous escalation, has said that Canada supported them with regret, has suggested that they reflect a failure of the international order, has raised concerns that the strikes appear inconsistent with international law, has called for de-escalation and diplomacy, but despite all that disapproval, has not ruled out the possibility that Canada might want to get involved at some point. And there are 700 members of the IRGC in Canada terrorizing and maybe even murdering the Canadians that he says we should be worried about as our primary cause. So I want to know, will this honourable member commit to his government expelling IRGC operatives?
I got to give the members, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, and as the honourable member well knows, that this isn't question period, and I'm not here speaking on behalf of the government. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. What I can say is I heard the Minister of Public Safety today during question period making very clear that Canada wants to expel anybody who should be expelled from this country, which includes the people who are high-level officers in the IRGC. And that he's going to take every single action to keep Canadians safe. I thought he said it very well, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, la députée de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the only thing that I want to know, so you have to be rigorous when discussing such issues, and yet the response from the PM is to flip-flop. He said that he supported American strikes, and then he said that we had to respect international law, but then he said that the strikes don't respect international law. So the most important question then is my colleague more in favor of his PM or in favor of the Conservatives' position, the honourable member? Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to put myself in other people's shoes. I just want to say that I made my position very clear in my speech. The Iranian regime is a danger to Canadians, and it should never obtain nuclear arms, and that we should ensure that Canadians in the Middle East should come home, and the people in the most danger today should be protected.
The concerns that many of us have about the brutality of the Iranian regime and its wide-ranging terror campaign conducted through proxies across the Middle East and spilling into our streets. My colleague mentioned the spate of anti-Semitic violence that we have seen in recent days, and I wanted to ask him if he could speak a little bit more about the measures that we must take as a government, as a country, to ensure that Canadians, all Canadians, are safe.
Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, Jewish organizations across the country have said that we need to adopt the Combating Hate Act. To me, that is the first thing this House of Commons needs to do in order to protect not only the Jewish community and its institutions, but all communities and their institutions. The Combating Hate Act's main provisions were part of the Justice Committee's recommendations in our anti-Semitism report tabled in 2024 in December. And that, to me, is the #1 priority. The second priority is the security infrastructure program needs to have more money and needs to make sure that it rolls out much more quickly. And I think the minister today made some good points on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill, a very brief question.
Comment and a question. First of all, nothing in
Hey,
the
Ian?
Combating Hate Act would have stopped what is happening in the streets.
Yes, sir. Let's just go
Would the
off
the
screen.
member, opposite
I'm going to
agree
phone you.
that what is happening
Okay.
in our streets
Sure.
right now
Hang on
is
just a second.
domestic terror, and will he advocate with his government to call it just that?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very brief response.
Mr. Speaker, I take note of the point. I'm not sure I can label it. What I would say is it's disgusting, it's deplorable, and it needs to stop. And the real goal is making it stop. It needs to stop.
Resuming debate. Please to debate. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all my colleagues for their remarks tonight. And I have to say I agree with a lot of what I've heard. But perhaps just to take a very different perspective on this, I did want to talk about the perspective of the Iranian Canadian community. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Iranian Canadian community is approximately 500,000 strong. Many of us have watched as many protests have taken place across our country. So just wanted to provide a window into how Iranian Canadians are looking at this as it unfolds. So let me begin by saying that just to provide you a very brief history, Iran at the beginning of the 20th century had the first constitutional revolution in the Middle East. However, as you can imagine, Iranians have aspirations, but since 1979, they have been living a very, very bleak chapter in the history of Iran. So as I watch developments unfold, I think I share the same sentiment in the sense that I am very optimistic that finally we will see an end to this regime, but also watching things unfold on television, also there are moments where I have fear. Because for me, and I think for the vast majority of Iranian Canadians and for Iranians within Iran as well, I think they want to see an end to this regime. At least 80% of Iranians are known to want to see an end to the scourge of this regime. But of course, I'm also concerned that ultimately, after all this hardship and the war that has started, that we do actually see regime change and that Iranians will be masters of their own destiny. So as I said, since 1979, I think many of us are familiar with the dark chapters and the terrible things that Iranians have been subjected to. This is a regime that is truly theocratic kleptocracy. It has, really stripped the country down. These ayatollahs and their henchmen are all about themselves. And we are watching a country that is dealing with terrible economic despair. But in addition to that, I think all the members are somewhat familiar with the terrible things that have happened in recent memory. And I would, of course, start with the Green Revolution in 2009, where Iranians courageously stood up to this regime, but had to deal with the brutality of that regime. After that, there were protests in 2018. Again, Iranians were incredibly courageous and brave, tried to change the course of that country. Again, the Iranian regime was brutal. There was the flight PS-752 that Canadians are very familiar with when the regime shot down a plane over the skies of Tehran. There was the Women Life Freedom movement. Again, people were very hopeful that would be the end of the regime, but unfortunately, it wasn't. And now, we've watched over the course of the past several months how the Iranian regime has butchered and massacred up to 30,000 people. So Iranians are looking at this. They are all, I would say 95% of Iranian Canadians. Nothing would make them happier to see an end to this regime. And I would say even in Iran, same thing. So all that to say, some people may not understand the complexities of this, but I would say the vast majority of Iranian Canadians are optimistic, but also very concerned about what their loved ones are experiencing back in Iran. But in terms of recommendations, I would completely agree with the members who are saying we should be concerned about public safety here in Canada. There is a gentleman who is leading the protests in Toronto. His name is Salar Golami. His gym was vandalized, took many shots, so that's a good indication that we should be vigilant and make sure that that we clamp down on any activities by any agents of the regime. I would say we should remind our allies, whether it be the Americans or the Israelis, to adhere to human rights and humanitarian law. We should be concerned about connectivity for Iranians here with their loved ones back home. And lastly, I would say we should remain focused on ensuring that a democratic Iran emerges. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question the honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks. An Iranian member of my local community wrote to me to say that Iranians have tried peaceful protest and civil resistance for years, only to face arrests, torture, and deadly crackdowns. They've tried diplomacy and gotten hangings and executions. She wrote to me that a democratic Iran would significantly improve regional stability and reduce the global threats posed by the IRGC. If the member doesn't believe in war, but still wants to see quick regime change, what realistic path for change does the member believe remains open to the Iranian people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. Perhaps I did not do a good job of painting the complexities. That is precisely my point, that Iranians have tried to do everything within their power to change this thuggish regime, but this is a regime that is really hell-bent on brutalizing Iranians and has no respect for human rights. And that's precisely why I would say 95% of Iranian Canadians and 80% of Iranians would like nothing better than the end to this regime.
The honourable member. My colleague is the parliamentary secretary, and so I know that I've already traveled with him, and though I know he has contacts with the Americans, our relationship with the Americans is important, but we can't excuse just anything that they say or do. But when Obama was in power, and under his leadership, there was an agreement that brought France, UK, Russia, China, Germany around the table. And it worked in terms of nuclear in Iran, and they divested themselves of almost all of their uranium, and inspectors were allowed in. Isn't that a sign that diplomacy works and still works?
I would say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm very proud of the position that our country has adopted. As you can imagine, we have consulted very closely with our European allies, and I would say our position is very consistent with theirs so far. We have said we understand concerns about Iran's nuclear facilities. We also are very much concerned about Iranians and what the terrible things that they have experienced at the hands of their own regime. So our position is very consistent with the position that has been adopted by our closest allies.
Comments now, member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks. There's a great deal of complexity around deporting people from this country. and it spans across governments. What I'm referring to specifically in this case is former central banker of Iran, Mahmoud Reza Kavari, who came to this country when Stephen Harper and the conservative government was in power. Can you just speak to how difficult it is to deport people and how it spans across political parties?
Just questions to the chair. The Honourable Secretary.
I just wanted to thank my my good friend and colleague for his understanding and appreciation of the complexities of these cases. Yes, this was the central banker, the Iranian regime, arrived here in Canada. The Conservative government did zero. So I find it rich when, I'm hearing all these lectures about how terrible our government is. The reality is that these are sophisticated, complex files, and I think we can all work together to do a much better job.
Quick question. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, where if he can agree with me that there are places we land on the same place, like the need to get rid of former Iranian Guard members who make Iranian Canadians
you're in
and
where
others
it's
in the
warm.
diaspora feel afraid. We have to deal with that, but we also
Feel better.
agree that all of Iranian dissidents who hate this regime also object to the bombing by the United States and Israel.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very brief response.
Yes, thank you for the honourable member for her question. Again, I think it's very important to highlight that we have been very, very vigilant about members of the Iranian regime. We are the only country that has on our books a law that says any individual that has served the Iranian regime since 2004 has no right to be admitted into Canada. I don't know.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my 10 minutes with the member from Richmond Hill South. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, I held an open house in my riding in Newmarket, Aurora. And it was a chance for neighbors to come by, share a cup of coffee, talk about issues affecting their families, and speak about what is happening around the world. Among those were many members of the Persian diaspora, my neighbors, people who have called our community home for years. They are entrepreneurs, parents, students, and neighbors. They contribute so much to the life of our community. But this weekend, they came with cautious optimism and heavy hearts. They spoke about the war unfolding in Iran and the uncertainty, the fear and the anguish of watching events unfold from thousands of kilometers away while their families and friends remain there. And I said to them, many of us here see the headlines. We see the stories of bombings and sunken ships and schools and soldiers dying. How do you see this moment? What does this mean for you and your families? And their answer struck me. We have lived under this oppression for 47 years. We know that this will be our last chance in a generation. Mr. Speaker, they said this with tears in their eyes. The cautious optimism of what this means to them. They spoke about the many protests over the years. They spoke about the young people who marched for freedom. They spoke about the women who stood up to demand dignity and opportunity. Many of those protesters paid with their lives. Just a month ago, more lives were lost as people once again took to the streets in hope of a different future. They told me something that was both heartbreaking and powerful. They said, yes, it is painful to hear the bombings near our families, but we believe that this may be our only chance to break free from a regime that has oppressed our people, our families, and especially our women for generations. And that perspective struck me because here in Canada, we often discuss these issues in terms of diplomacy, international law, geopolitics. And yes, those discussions are important. But for many people in my community, this is personal. It is their parents, brothers, sisters, cousins, childhood neighborhoods. It is about their language, their culture, their history. They carry unfathomable weight of all of that while watching events unfold from afar. So today, I simply want to be a voice for those members of our community, a voice that says, we know that this moment is painful. We know that you're worried for your families. We know that you carry both hope and fear at the same time. Canada cannot control the actions of other nations or the course of events far beyond our borders. But we can be a voice that says we believe that every person is born with inherent rights to life, to liberty, and to safety. The methods of the Iranian regime is not constrained to borders. They operate in our home as well. To this day, an estimated 700 IRGC operatives are operating here in Canada, intimidating Canadians on Canadian soil, and this is unacceptable. To our Iranians here in Canada, I want to say our thoughts are with you, our prayers are with your families, and we hope sincerely and deeply that out of this moment, something better will emerge. A future where people of Iran can live with freedom, a future where women can live with dignity, a future where a proud civilization, one that has contributed so much to human history, can flourish once again under the values of liberty and opportunity. This wish is one shared by many in my riding and by many Canadians, and today I want to give it a voice. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleague for her speech. In particular, she spoke about those courageous Iranian women, and she wished that in the future these women will be able to have a nation that respects their rights. My question is, does she really believe that if we allow the American president to choose the new leader of Iran, we'll be able to promise those women that their rights will be protected?
For Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, the future of Iran and the future Iranian government is up to the Iranian people. I think the Iranian diaspora here has been very clear in their cautious optimism of what this opportunity has created. There have been family members that have died only with the hope of an opportunity to have a new government, a new life, and that moment has come, and they are excited, cautiously excited about it. But it is up to the Iranian people to democratically elect their new government.
Questions and comments. The Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Speaker. I know my colleague is very close to the Iranian-Canadian community in her riding, and she knows that this is a community with thousands of years of history, a history of religious tolerance, of good relations with other faith communities, including the Jewish and Christian communities, a history of intellectual inquiry, creativity, art and beauty, and so much more. And the hope of this present moment is that space and security can be created for the people of Iran to control their own future, drawing on this rich past. And we see that incredible potential in the heroic courage of Iranian people who are ready to give their lives to restore their country. So for the member, I want to ask, what are her hopes? What is she hearing from her constituents about what they believe is possible for a future free Iran?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, the stories that I have heard over the last few months are countless, and there are stories of hope and heartache, of this deep desire for life and liberty, for economic stability. and stories also about the of Iran and what they have contributed for over 2 millennia. And it is their desire, their dream to continue on the work that they used to have in leading their contributions in governance, in culture, in science, in literature, and trade. And it is their wish that they can live in a country that has safety, liberty, freedom, and they can lead in all these academic areas as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And following up on that question, the member spoke about this sense that this is a final battle. And I know I've heard similar language being used by the community here in my region of Edmonton. And there are members across the way that say we don't like the regime, but we should still advocate for countries to sit on the sidelines and kind of wait for things to unfold. But what I know is that the communities in Canada have been asking for this intervention because they know success at this juncture is critical. The member spoke as well about this being a final battle in this pursuit of freedom. And I wonder if she could share why it's so important to not sit on the sidelines, but to engage and act and support the people of Iran right now.
Member for Newmarket Aurora, about 45 seconds.
The people of Iran have been very clear. They have been waiting for 47 years. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, many lives have been lost. And Iranian people today want to know that those lives, that sacrifice was worth it. And right now, they believe it is their only chance.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal Prime Minister claimed he is the man you want in a crisis. But recent days have shown that he cannot even live up to his own standard. Over the last week, Canadians have not seen leadership. They have seen contradictions and they have seen confusion. And they have seen a series of foreign policy flip-flops on Iran and the conflict in the Middle East. First, this Liberal Prime Minister came out clearly in support of the American and Israeli strikes on Iran. His statement was unequivocal. He said Canada supports the United States in preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and in stopping the regime from threatening international peace and security. But only days later, Mr. Speaker, he said he made the statement with regret and calls the strikes a breakdown of the international order and that these strikes are a violation of international law. Then he starts calling for the de-escalation and a ceasefire that would, and if you carefully read between the lines, leave the same brutal regime in place. Let's not forget, this is the same regime that terrorizes its own, killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians in a short few months and injuring many more. This is the same regime that sponsors terrorism across the Middle East and all across the world for the last 47 years. And this is the same regime whose agents and proxies intimidate communities here in Canada. And while he calls for de-escalation, the Liberal Prime Minister simultaneously says he's not ruling out military participation with the United States. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve clarity. Instead, they are getting contradictions. On the conflict in the Middle East, this Liberal Prime Minister says one thing to one audience and something different to the next. He tells Canadians he represents a so-called new government. But the more Canadians watch these flip-flopping statements, the more it looks exactly like the old Liberal playbook. Confusion, contradictions, and someone who is not to be taken seriously. First, he supports decisive action, then he regrets supporting it, then he calls the situation a breakdown of the international order, and then says the international law binds all parties involved. But at the same time refuses to rule out sending Canadian troops into the conflict. Mr. Speaker, if this Liberal Prime Minister believes this is a breakdown of the international order, Canadians deserve to know, what exactly is Canada's position? Is this Liberal government supporting decisive action against a dangerous regime, or is it calling for a ceasefire that leaves that regime untouched? Even members of his own cabinet cannot keep the story straight. The Liberal Foreign Affairs Minister said last week that Canada prefers a diplomatic resolution, an end to the U.S. strikes, and believes in a peaceful resolution. At the same time, the Liberal Defense Minister tried to say both contradictory things at once. He said the Liberal government supports the U.S. strikes, but also supports a ceasefire. Mr. Speaker, that is not clarity. That is not leadership. That is trying to be on both sides of the same conflict at the same time by speaking out of both sides of his Liberal mouth. Meanwhile, this Liberal Prime Minister himself has been avoiding the media and refusing to answer questions. Questions about the safety and security of Canadians overseas and here at home, questions about Canada's role in the international response, questions about whether Canada could be drawn into a military conflict, which, by the way, Conservatives are calling for a debate and a vote on before Canada gets involved militarily. The silence is deeply troubling. As head of government, the Prime Minister has a special responsibility, a responsibility for national security and a responsibility for the conduct of Canada's international relations for Canada's national interests. Canadians deserve transparency, they deserve consistency, and they deserve clear leadership. The regime in Iran has shown time and time again that it cannot be trusted. It lies, it represses its own people, it sponsors terror across the region, and it repeatedly demonstrates that it is incapable of negotiating in good faith and engaging in diplomacy. That is why Canadians, especially many in my riding of Richmond Hill South and many other communities across this country, understand what is at stake. They understand the brutality of that regime, they understand the courage of the Iranian people who are fighting for freedom and making the ultimate sacrifice, and they understand that moral clarity matters. But instead of moral clarity, this Liberal government offers mixed messages. Instead of firm leadership, it offers hesitation. And instead of answering questions, this Liberal Prime Minister simply disappears. Only Conservatives are prepared to speak clearly. We stand with the people of Iran who seek freedom from tyranny and a peaceful transition to a free and democratic Iran. We support decisive action to prevent the regime from acquiring nuclear weapons, and we will always stand for the protection of Canadians here at home, especially against the threats posed by foreign terror networks and their proxies. Canadians deserve a government that is clear in its principles, firm in its decisions, and accountable for its actions. Right now, they're getting none of those things from this Liberal Prime Minister. This Liberal Prime Minister must stop hiding, he must come before Canadians, and he must answer the very simple question that still remains. What exactly is Canada's position?
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He's been here for about a year, and he's already made a real mark on this institution in so many different ways. And I want to ask him about the issue of foreign interference, because I know he's got a large Iranian community in his riding. That there are concerns about how the regime seeks to project power beyond its borders, even here in Canada, intimidating people that are trying to speak out. What is he hearing from people in his riding about how foreign interference impacts them here in Canada and what needs to be done in response?
A member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. People are infuriated. They're infuriated after years of Conservatives and advocates calling for the implementation of a foreign agents registry still delayed. After 2 years, it still isn't implemented. And the Liberals are mulling fines. You know, $50 isn't even enough to get groceries for a family in this Liberal economy. And they're frustrated that the Liberals are not taking serious action to combat foreign interference. There's hundreds and hundreds of regime agents that are terrorizing communities. They're intimidating journalists. They're silencing activists. They are terrorizing business owners. And that has to stop. It's time for the Liberals to stop delivering empty Liberal rhetoric, and it's time for them to start taking action.
Commentaire, le député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, Acton.
The honourable member. I have a very simple question. Listening to the Conservatives tell us today that we need to overturn the regime as quickly as possible. But before the U.S.-Israeli attack, I've never heard them ask for this.
Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have always been consistent in our view. We are unequivocal in our support of the Iranian people who are braving bullets, blackouts, and beatings, and executions and torture, so that because they seek a new and free Iran. And Conservatives, we will always stand with the Iranian people against this tyrannical regime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to correct the record in terms of what my bloc colleague said. He can review the Hansard, at least my statements going back to 3 parliaments ago. And I was very clear in wanting to see, expressing hope for an end to the Iranian regime, expressing hope that the various protest movements that we've seen over the years would succeed in toppling the regime and giving the Iranian people a government that is responsive, democratic, free, pluralistic, indeed giving them the government that they deserve. But what's been clear over the years is that these protest movements have been met with escalating brutality. And at this point, the only alternatives were intervention or the complete subjugation of the people in a military dictatorship persistent.
I have good time for the member to respond. An appel règlement?
Point of order. Point of order. Yes, simply to explain to the colleagues that there's a difference between the hope of overturning the regime and a military attack.
Respond.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are wondering over the past week is this Liberal Prime Minister's flip-flop. First, he supports unequivocally the strikes from Israel and U.S. on Iran and on this Iranian regime. Then he's calling for de-escalation and ceasefires. And then all of a sudden, he's saying it's a breakdown of an international order and a violation of international law. Then he goes on and says, oh, maybe we can't rule out military participation. What Canadians are asking and what people in my riding of Richmond Hill South are wondering is, when can this Liberal government offer the moral clarity that they deserve and not have this flip-flopping Liberal statements that sounds a whole lot like the last Liberal Prime Minister?
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, there are moments in global affairs when the decisions of powerful nations echo beyond their borders, when the international order is tested, when rules meant to prevent mass violence are cast aside, and when innocent people pay the ultimate price. We are living through such a moment now. On February 28, the United States and Israel launched coordinated airstrikes against Iran. This was a patently unlawful act of aggression, and the consequences were entirely foreseeable. Iranian retaliation across the region, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and a rapidly escalating conflict with massive damage and loss of innocent lives. It's a war being prosecuted with appalling brutality and disregard for international humanitarian law. Instead of protecting civilians, U.S. and Israeli forces are deliberately striking non-military sites and civilian infrastructure, a pattern disturbingly reminiscent of Israel's recent siege of Gaza. Targets hit thus far include a girls' elementary school attacked by missiles once to kill the children, then again to kill the parents frantically looking for their kids. Hospitals, desalination plants, oil refineries, and historic cultural sites. Densely populated cities are being carpet-bombed. The death toll is now in the thousands. These are war crimes. This disregard for civilian life is no accident. It is being openly celebrated by the Trump administration. On March 2, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared the United States will not be following, quote, stupid rules of engagement or fighting a, quote, politically correct war. Instead, he said death and destruction were the prime objectives of the U.S. forces. And what has been this Liberal government's response to this illegal, dangerous assault? A position that is unprincipled, contradictory, and incoherent. In fact, it has changed almost daily. The Prime Minister's initial response offered a full-throated endorsement with no caveats, conditions, or even mention of international law. That is a telling and tragic omission. Under the UN Charter, force between states is prohibited, except in two prescribed circumstances: self-defense from an actual attack or authorization by the Security Council. These strikes met neither test. Trump administration officials themselves admitted there was no intelligence suggesting Iran planned to attack the United States, and neither the U.S. nor Israel even attempted to bring a case before the Security Council, the only body under international law empowered to determine when the use of force is lawful. Put bluntly, this attack is clearly and completely illegal under international law. Moreover, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that their inspectors had found no evidence of a coordinated Iranian program to build nuclear weapons. On the contrary, at the very time the US and Israel attacked, negotiations were ongoing, with mediator Oman saying significant progress was being made and that Iran had made all the necessary concessions asked of it. This is against the backdrop of Donald Trump himself ripping up the previous nuclear agreement with Iran that had, by all accounts, been working, as well as the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities and scientists by Israeli forces last June that Trump said at the time conclusively took out Iran's nuclear weapons capacity. Yet our Prime Minister chose to endorse this war. Only 4 days after doing so, he then admitted that the attack appears inconsistent with international law, but in the same breath declared he supports it with regret. Then, when asked directly whether Canada might participate militarily, the Prime Minister refused to draw a firm line, saying only one can never categorically rule out such participation. Mr. Speaker, this is untenable. One cannot logically and ethically acknowledge that a war is illegal, but continue to support it and refuse to rule out participation in that very illegality. More disturbingly, the words and actions of this Prime Minister completely contradict the foreign policy doctrine he outlined at Davos just weeks ago. There, he told the world that Canada and other middle powers, quote, are not powerless, that we have the capacity to build a new world order based on our values, such as human rights, sovereignty, and respect for territorial integrity. He said that we aim to be principled in our commitment to the prohibition of the use of force, except when consistent with the UN Charter. And he claimed that middle powers must, quote, live the truth by, quote, acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. Mr. Speaker, Canada has rightly condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine as illegal. But when the United States and Israel launched airstrikes that equally violate international law, the Prime Minister offered his support. This is a stark betrayal of the Prime Minister's own words. In our view, Canada's security has always depended on a rules-based order that constrains great powers. The moment we decide international law applies only to our adversaries, we undermine the very protections that shield countries like our own. This is not just my position as leader of the New Democratic Party. Former Liberal Foreign Affairs Minister Lloyd Axworthy has been blunt in his critique of the Prime Minister's approach. Mr. Axworthy said Canada is abandoning its historic commitment to preventing illegal aggression. He warns the Prime Minister is becoming a, quote, complicit partner to Trump's ambitions. And he indicts the Prime Minister with endorsing Trump's new obsession with becoming an imperial power, calling that, quote, the worst kind of situation for Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canada ought not continue down this path. The time for ambiguity is over and principled clarity is required now. That's why New Democrats are calling on this government to take 3 clear positions immediately. Condemn the war and explicitly recognize it violates the UN Charter, categorically rule out any Canadian military participation, and call for an immediate ceasefire and a return to multilateral diplomacy. I'd like to address the key arguments raised by Liberals and the Conservatives throughout this debate. First, that Iran's regime is oppressive and dangerous. New Democrats are under no illusions about the Iranian regime or its brutal repression, nor dismiss concerns about nuclear proliferation. But an illegal war is not the answer. It can never be if we desire a world of order, security, and justice. The real remedy is harder. Diplomacy, engagement, arms control, and rigorous inspections, tools that were working when this war was launched. Furthermore, we know from painful experience what follows U.S. regime change wars. Similar attacks on Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria did not yield stability or democracy. On the contrary, they are now lawless, fragmented societies, economic basket cases run by those we once labeled terrorists, with prolonged conflict, civilian suffering, mass displacement, and regional chaos. Most fundamentally, the events unfolding in Iran today will not bring freedom to their people. It will bring catastrophe. Second, we heard the argument that with tariffs already weaponized against our economy, Canada cannot risk further retaliation from Donald Trump. We must be honest about what that position demands, placing a price on Canada's independence, reputation, and humanity. I remind this House that Canada's ability to chart our own foreign policy was not gifted to us. It was earned through immense national sacrifice. And it cannot be sacrificed on the altar of expediency or by bending to a bully. But I think the best answer is to quote the Prime Minister himself again just weeks ago in Davos. He invoked Václav Havel's image of the greengrocer who placed a sign in his window to avoid trouble and signal compliance. And he proudly declared that Canada was taking the sign out of the window. He said that if we think we can go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope compliance will buy safety, it won't. Mr. Speaker, what sign has the Prime Minister put in Canada's window by his recent statements and clear contradictions? It's a sign that says our values are conditional, our words lack integrity, our foreign policy is for sale. That is not the Canada New Democrats envision, and we believe it is not who Canadians want us to be. On the gravest questions any government can face, whether to commit our country to war, whether to implicate Canadian forces in illegal violence, whether to abandon the principles we proclaim, Canadians deserve clarity, consistency, and moral courage. That is what we owe the people we represent. That is what I and my New Democrat colleagues are here to demand tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker and honourable friend for Vancouver Kingsway, I made many of those points as well when I spoke earlier this evening, because it's clear that this is an illegal war, but we are put with a false choice, that if we don't oppose an illegal war, we're somehow just giving in, abandoning the brave people of Iran who are fighting against a brutal regime. Does the honourable leader of the NDP not believe we can do both, work hard to protect and stand in solidarity with the brave people of Iran, as well as denouncing an illegal and reckless war undertaken by the United States and Israel?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank my honourable colleague for that question. The answer is yes. We do have an obligation to stand by the people of Iran, as we do all oppressed people in the world. The real question that this debate engages tonight is how to do that. And I know my honourable colleague is a lawyer. You cannot justify breaking the law because you think you have a good motive. Imagine Canadian society if we invoked that in our streets. If there was a family we didn't like or we disagreed with, if we took it upon ourselves to violently attack them. I mean, to use such a ridiculous example shows how absolutely, utterly absurd this is on an international level. And once again, I commend to my colleagues the examples in this House. Tell me an example in the Middle East where violence has resulted in freedom for the people, democracy in their government, and better welfare for the society. Show me where. Didn't happen in Libya, didn't happen in Iraq, didn't happen in Syria, didn't happen in Afghanistan. You cannot impose democracy from the outside by force. We need to stand with Iranian people in a peaceful way and support them with diplomacy, with economic sanctions, with help, and with nuclear proliferation processes that actually work, and we're working.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Resuming debate. Please du débat. Order. There being no further members wishing to speak pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, the committee will now rise. Order. It being 10:27, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.
And so ends tonight's debate on the Iran war. And I'm glad you're in out of the cold, Ian.
Why is that?
Well, I felt bad seeing you sit out there and wait and wait and wait as the debate dragged on and 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 on. Did you find it helpful, useful? What did you think of what was said tonight?
I got few questions actually, and I'm gonna ask you one. So Trump has been saying, I think, well, just before bombing and even going through the whole Iran thing, he wants to put a technocrat government into Iran. Is that right? Is that what we heard a few months ago? About 2 months ago, give or take?
Iran?
Yeah. Well, we'll check that out. But I think he said that he wanted to put a, or was it Rubio said that? Anyway, one of the one person of the Trump administration have stated that they want to put a technocracy there. Technocracy is a form of authoritarianistic ideology in a nutshell. So, if you want to change the regime of Iran by putting a democracy, how can you put a democracy when you want to put a technocracy? I mean,
well, in a way, they have an assembly of experts. They have sort of a technocratic government in place because they already have. It's a dictatorship run by a group of what they would call experts, and though that assembly of experts.
The government is really centralized in Iran.
Yeah, they're the ones who selected the new leader, who is the son of the previous leader, the previous Ayatollah Khamenei, or Khamenei, depending on how you pronounce it. I keep saying that. So I don't think that that's the plan, because I'm not sure that they really have a plan that way, because they seem to not want to put troops in. The plan seems to be bomb them until they submit, and then let the people move in and do something. And they're rolling the dice, hoping they get some sort of change. Last night I pointed out that it's already clear they didn't get what they wanted, because they bombed the living daylights out of the place, and what they got was the son of the previous leader, which is not what they wanted. And Trump has previously stated that that is unacceptable. He has said that he should have, will have a say in the selection of the next leader. That certainly is not democracy. At the same time, I have to say, I do understand the desire for change, because the Iranian government is beyond brutal. They are beyond authoritarian. They literally, as you heard, they do and have been hanging protesters in the streets from cranes.
Yep.
To make an example of them as a deterrent to further protests. But that's also why I've taken exception to the approach the Trump administration has taken to this, because the Trump administration, the CIA, clearly amping up, amplifying the messaging being sent to the protesters to get more and more people out into the streets. And if these numbers are accurate, and they're coming from the United States, an estimated 30,000 protesters have been killed as a result of this current uprising, which is clearly supported by the United States, but not supported to the degree where they were backing up the protesters so that they didn't get killed in the streets. That is a lot of blood spilled. And I don't know that that's the best way to go about achieving the change that they seek.
Well, no, I think personally that the U.S. should not have been involved into changing the regime. It should be, from the people from Iran to change the regime themselves. I mean, I don't like violence. I don't like the idea of a riot. But if you live in a country where the regime is authoritarianistic or dictator to a certain degree, you might be able to defend yourself against that sort of regime. But does it needs the involvement of a foreign country? Sometimes, but the way that Trump is doing it or the US is doing it is probably too far-fetched. Or, I mean,
You said the key word,
it,
way that you do it. You have, if you don't do it the right way, you can easily become as bad as the government you are replacing, or at least some sort of a reasonable facsimile or unreasonable facsimile of the government you are replacing. So you have to be careful how you do it, and that is why, like, all this rhetoric about where's Carney and why is he not there and why is he saying this, and it's all contradictory. And I'm going to give you something here that you haven't heard yet tonight. I'll tell you why you're getting what you got. Carney, it's because of Donald Trump. Okay? It's because of Trump, and it's the threat of the 51st state, and it's the tariff war. It's the threats against our country and our sovereignty coming from the White House. Carney has to be careful what he says and what he does right now. He's the point man. He can't piss Trump off. He can't say anything that would get him upset, because there could be severe retaliatory action, just as the next temper tantrum to come from the man in the White House. So that's why he wasn't there tonight. It's too risky. If he goes in to the House tonight and participates in this debate, which is really just has been just an opportunity for these positions to be expressed, no vote on whether Canada would end up participating in any kind of military action. But even so, Carney, not wise for him to go in there and put himself on the hot seat so he can be asked all these questions, laser focused on this issue, where the Conservatives will hammer on him, the New Democrats, to score political points. But at what cost? At the possible cost of a trade deal, at the possible cost of another temper tantrum from Trump, which would then potentially result in, some weird escalation in the tariff war. So he's wise to not be there. They all know this, but they're still playing the political game, still trying to score political points. But it is very dangerous, because Canada's sovereignty is literally on the line. The trade talks are at the center of all of this, and there is too much at stake to risk it all so that the Carney can sit there and just take it on the chin, take all the slings, take all the arrows, when everybody knows that he has to be careful what he says. And I hate to say this because it makes it sound like I'm defending him, but I understand why you're getting all this contradictory language from him. And you have to really look at what he really says and what he has said. He didn't really come out and endorse Trump. He didn't really endorse the war. He didn't endorse or support the military action. It's ambiguous.
Perfidy.
Right? It's this word salad, but it's intentional. So you can interpret it easily kind of both ways. He's a master linguist. I must say, he's a great orator, and he does think quickly on his feet. He probably misspoke a little bit when he first came out, but I'm not even so sure that he did. He needed to make it look like, yes, Canada is supportive of what the United States is doing. Yes, we are, but at the same time, Carney knows that he needs to still lean toward and support the rules-based international order, because Canada's sovereignty depends on that. He can't just sit there and say, yes, we support what the United States is doing, because it's clearly a violation of international law. Canada is a signatory to the International Criminal Court. Canada has left itself vulnerable to prosecution at the ICC, the ICJ, the United States, and even, we're subject to the rules of the United Nations because we're just a medium power. But as a superpower, the United States and Russia, they have veto power at the UN. They can't be held accountable at the ICC level. So they can do whatever they want, and they won't be held accountable. Canada can be. Carney can be. potentially, like theoretically, Putin and Trump and any U.S. president sort of could be, but nobody's going to do a thing about it. They're all wanted for war crimes, all of these guys, but nothing will ever happen to them. Nothing's going to happen to Putin. Nothing's going to happen to Trump. Nothing's going to happen to Bush. Nothing's going to happen to Biden. Nothing's going to none of them, not to one of them. But something could happen to Trudeau. Something could happen to Carney. And you've seen even people come in and hold news conferences in the House of Commons where they're attempting to take legal action through the ICC and through the ICJ against Trudeau. That stuff could play out. Theoretically, he could actually be hauled off to a prison someplace for Canada's complicity and participation in military actions involving Israel and or the United States and the Middle East, where war crimes have been committed. And look at the devastation in Gaza. Look at what happened during October 7th. Look at what's going on right now in Iran. And so Canada, in a way, has been, it has been let off the hook here in a way because not consulted, not a participant in it, highlighting that fact. And that's important because by highlighting that, Canada is saying, look, we're not even a participant in this. But, and here's where the nuance comes into the language, okay? Carney comes out and says, and you heard Anita Anand tonight say that this very thing, that they support efforts to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, and they support efforts to even change the regime. But they're not saying, they don't actually come out and say that they're supporting what the United States is doing. They don't come out and say, yes, we support this military action. They say they support actions to achieve those results, but they don't say it's that. And they make it very clear that Canada is not participating in it. But the conservative critics on the other side sit there and say, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense, because over here you say that you are supportive of these actions, but on the other hand, you say that you support international law, and then you say that what the United States is doing is a violation of international law. It doesn't make sense, but it does, because they don't actually come out and say that they're supporting what the United States is doing right now. So it's a very, very it's in the details. It's in the way that it's said, so that they kind of walk that fine line, so that Trump can't then say, oh, look, they're against. If you come out and say it's a violation of international law, we don't support it. Trump freaks out, comes after you, imposes a 3,000% tariff on everything that Canada produces, blows the country up, sends F-35s, rolls tanks in, kidnaps Carney, takes him back to, Gitmo. I mean, and then, it would get crazy. So you can't do that. But you can interpret it both ways. You see, that's what's really going on. It's a game.
Well,
it's
like
just a game.
Like Lindy Biggs says, she just said that earlier. We are between a rock and a hard place.
Yes, that is exactly right. And so, again, you're not. Some people won't like what I'm going to tell you, but Carney's playing it right. He's done the right thing. He's
you know what?
He's walking that fine line and trying not to get into trouble.
I hate Carney myself. I don't like the Liberals, but I'm with Carney on this one because I think he's doing actually the right thing, or trying. I mean, look,
he's trying.
He's trying to appease to the UN. He's trying to appease to international laws and to appeal also to Trump. So give him a break, guys. I mean, we're not at, it's a hard place to be.
And Starmer is doing the same thing over in Britain.
Yep.
Because he's saying that Britain still recognizes international law. And what they've done, you see, is that this is why Britain didn't send they didn't allow the use of their military bases in the region initially. They did not send ships or anything like that initially. They waited until Iran responded and attacked bases in the surrounding countries that involved the UK. Once attacked, then they can respond because that becomes a defensive action. And the UK under Starmer made it very clear that yes, you can use these British bases, UK bases, the United States can use them, but only for defensive purposes. You see, because that then becomes just justifiable, defensible in an international court. So they're trying to comply with international law. Trump doesn't give a damn, and what he's saying is, "Hey, it's our way or the highway. I don't care. This is what we think is the right thing to do. We're just going to go in. We're going to drop these bombs. We're just going to get her done. And we don't really give a darn what anybody else says. We're not asking for anyone's permission. You don't even have to participate." And in the case of Canada, they didn't even call Ottawa and say, "Hey, here's a heads up." They just went and did it. Now, I don't really agree with that either, because what Trump has done there is, and his team, is they've put a lot of people from other countries at risk, including Americans. There was no warning. The American public wasn't prepared for this. A lot of people kind of stuck, stranded in Iran. A lot of Canadians still trying to get out. It's put people in danger. And after we ran all that information on the Iran hostage crisis back in 1979, you see how bad things can get, how things can really run off the rails. Something like that could easily happen again, especially if you have thousands of Canadians and Americans still, and British citizens still, who knows how many from other NATO countries, UK countries, all in there, and they could easily be taken hostage again. I don't even want to put any thoughts in anybody's heads. All right. But that's the danger here too. So I don't think, personally, my take on it is it hasn't been really well thought out, the strategy here. And I think that's already played out with the selection of the new leader. It's like, okay, well, you've got continuity of government. So what are you going to do now? They're going to have to go in, and they're saying they're going to assassinate the new guy. Is that the right thing to do? What happens after that? They'll probably select another guy, and another, whack-a-mole pops up that they have to take out. I don't know if it's good strategy. What do you think?
I think that's how World War I started, by the assassination of the ostrich's leader, right? Or the king.
The ostrich's leader?
Yeah.
No. It was the assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand.
Yep. So you got that right. So
I don't think they're worrying about starting a war at this point, because the war's already started. So they're targeting these leadership. I don't think it's quite the same, but I kind of get what you're getting at.
Well, if you keep killing leaders after leader, Rick, what are you going to get? Somebody's going to declare war to you at some point, I think.
Oh, well, that's the other problem. And we're seeing these reports of intelligence services saying there are indications Iran may be activating sleeper cells in the United States, and maybe even in Canada, probably in Canada too, both, which is giving rise to growing concern. And that's something that you've been looking into, which is actually why you're joining us here tonight. So we should segue straight into that, right?
Actually, I did my homework on this, and you know what? I'll give you just a little gist of it. Anti-Semitic cases in Montreal and in Quebec, actually, in general, 40% rise in the last 2 years. So that means since the 7th of October 2023, we have a rise of 40% of anti-Semitic actions. So that means that there's a lot of people who's getting angry at the Jews and doing things, bad things. And I mean, that rise to me, 40% in just 2 years, that's a lot. And just to give you an example, it raised a lot of question in the past 15 years. It's like the number it's like doubling, or if not tripling. So this is where in 15 years compared to the last 2 years, it's really like it's on top. So I will tell you this: where does that goes? Where is our society going, or our culture is going? Because I think there's something wrong here. And I'm not saying that the people are wrong. I'm just saying that we're traversing a new era. I think there's some question we need to ask ourselves. So
A new era. Well, I think we're just seeing more of it here in Canada than we've ever had before, but it's actually something that's been with us for a long, long time. These are long-standing disputes. That's what I was saying just yesterday. This my view and my assessment of a lot of, like, even Jimmy Carter. For me, the jury is still out, because this is that we're still on the journey. What we're seeing right now is a continuation of the conflict that dates back to 79, that then dates back to 53, that dates back before that, and the establishment of Israel, and not a Palestinian state at the same time. So it's just a long, ongoing saga of rising conflict, escalating tension, increasing terrorism, and more blood spilled over time. Trump seems to think that he has the magic formula to bomb an end to this, and I'm not so sure that that's really going to work out, because so far it never has. It just seems to maybe create a little bit of a dip or something, whatever. You get a new chapter. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It has never really solved the conflict, and that's why it's present in Canada. Synagogues attacked this one's in Toronto. A couple of synagogues attacked in Toronto, but it isn't just the synagogues. It's also anger and hatred directed at Iranians who are here. Conflict in the streets, rising numbers of protests, and rising violence we're seeing on all sides, really related to all of this. And because we have an increasing population, more and more immigration, changing demographics, and I look at it sometimes like tropical fish, right? Certain tropical fish can't get along, and this kind of tropical fish eats that kind of tropical fish. I don't know if you remember. Remember when I had Fred, the freedom fish?
Yeah.
Right. That was where that concept kind of came from. And the first fish I put into the aquarium was a beta. You really can't put anything else in with a beta, because it's either going to attack, but more likely the other fish will just nip at its fins until the thing dies. So Fred got the aquarium to himself. That ended the experiment with tropical fish for a while. Maybe we'll bring back a revised experiment with a different freedom fish. But anyway, I digress a little bit. But you see where it's like, this is the problem. And in Montreal, I know that you've seen all kinds of protests. What did you see this past weekend?
Well, what did I see? Actually, it's weird because we had two protests at the same time. There were a feminist protest that actually was part of the pro-Palestinian protest at some point, which actually we know how the women's in Arabic culture are being treated. They don't have the same right than women here, so it's all about that, right? So
I have to stop you there, because as serious as this topic is, you made me laugh on the weekend when you told me, you said, there's a feminist protest. I'm going to go find the feminists. I was like, you're going to do what? And you're like, yeah, I'm going to go find the feminists. I said, don't do it. I said, if you see the feminists, run away. Run away. You're a man. Just run away from that. You don't want to go near that.
We were having some fun that day, but no, I mean,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. But the funny part is that what I heard Well, there's not much change in the speech of the pro-Palestinian, except that it's still anger. It's still the only new thing that comes around is everything that has been happened for like the past weeks or the past days. It's like now Trump's doing this, now this, that. So we need to take over. We are ready to take over all the world, blah, blah, and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, okay, you want to take the world speaking like that in Montreal. And I feel like, am I safe here or not? So
hey man, it's like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that chanting, right? I know, and then on the Jewish side they say, well, that means the extermination of the Jews, and it's just like, oh my God. Like I good luck resolving it by bombing the crap out of Iran, right? This is not going to solve it in my view. You may get regime change. I don't know what you're going to get on the other side. Trump is rolling the dice. He's gambling on this. And as much as he says tonight, what was the quote? He says the war is basically coming. It's very close to ending. I can't remember the exact quote that he said tonight.
Yeah, something along these lines.
I don't believe it.
Well, look, let's pretend a moment, okay? Tomorrow morning, Trump's bombard Iran and whatnot. We have a new puppet government, whatever. He input someone there. Now everything changed. What is it gonna do to other Iranian people around the world? Are we going to have some people? Okay, sure that there's some people who wish that the regime changed there. Is there any other people who's not gonna be frustrated about that? And is there any consequences that is going to happen from this? This is the other question, because you can probably you can probably make some people happy, but not everyone will be happy from something you're going to do. There are always going to be some consequences.
There it is there. Trump says Iran war will end soon, but also issues threats that could prolong it. It's like, and then everybody's like, Mark Carney doesn't make any sense. He's saying this, but like then he says that. What do you think is going on with Trump? He's playing a word game too, because he's on the one hand reassuring his base that, oh no, this is a short-term thing. We just took a little detour. He had a big news conference today where I was going to run some of it, but we're not going to do it now. It's just too much, too late. But no, man, he's like, on the one hand, this is going to be over real soon. How long? I don't know. As long as it takes. He doesn't know.
No. You know what? This is what we call logocracy.
Logocracy? Why? Because he's
Logo.
going loco?
No, logos as in logic.
Okay. I thought he's going loco, man.
That too.
I love your accent. You never know where that's going to take us. Oh, man. Yeah, Trump's loco, that's for sure. Look at what he did. Well, they were talking about that tonight. Like when he looks in the mirror, what did Elizabeth May from the Green Party say? What's the definition? Like, what's crazy or something like that? And does he look in the mirror? And yeah, that was a polite way of saying Donald Trump is nuts. And I have to say,
I was laughing at this.
Well, yeah, I think that you have to be somewhat crazy to go around bombing people. But at the same time, I mean, on the other hand, if you're being attacked, then you can understand defending your country, defending yourself. I don't know. It's all crazy because it's about killing people. And it's a war is signals it's the embodiment of the complete breakdown of society, the complete breakdown of all rules, right?
Yeah, well, how can you have a democracy if you implant the guy yourself, Rick? That I don't know how that's not democracy at all.
Not really.
It's an illusion of a democracy.
Right. So you can have a, I mean, what would Trump do if he goes through all of this? sets up an election and the people elect another theocracy, another Islamic theocracy, he's like, no, you can't do it. Nope, not going to let that happen. So it's all rigged. And I mean, we're being told that the people of Iran want regime change, that the people want this or they want that. Yeah, some people do. Some people don't. You see big protests in the streets right now supporting the government. You see counter protests on the other side, people that want regime change. So that in itself is a form of democracy because people are voting, right, through demonstrations and violence. The government is voting back, I guess, by executing people, which is horrific. That's, but with democracy through paper ballots, is only will only be allowed to prevail as long as Trump gets the outcome he wants, I guess. And certainly what they have now is not democracy. And so please don't get me wrong, man. The current government in Iran is gross and violent and vile. And they literally do have public hangings just to make examples of people, of political activists. They just execute them and they hang them in the streets. Maybe tomorrow I'll show you the pictures. Like you can find them online. And these are real. It's a terrible thing. In fact, I'll show you. I'll bring this up here. Yep, there we go. All right. Go with this one here first. I'll show you the activist. This is the guy, the first protester in 2022, I think it was, to be executed publicly when people took to the streets to protest the arrest and death of, what's the lady's name, the woman? I apologize. I'll have to just give me a moment while I get this queued. And there's the protester. Yeah, this is Majidreza Ranavard. He was 23, born in 1999. This is the first person who was publicly executed in connection with the it wasn't just nationwide. It was like all around the world. There were protests in Canada, the US. Masha Amini. Yeah, as I recall, she was arrested, accused of not being dressed properly or something. I can't remember all of the details, but it just escalated into this huge political protest, right?
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and don't quote me on that, I think that it was the story of the hijab that was not at the right height, and she got basically, she got in problem for that, and
yeah,
brought
and
to her demise.
So that resulted in these huge demonstrations, and I think a lot of that was amped up and fueled through social media and probably influence from foreign governments, including likely the CIA. I think that's highly likely. And Iranian authorities used these, they went through rapid trials, and then they used executions to deter the unrest that erupted in the streets. So again, you sort of have an effort to destabilize the government through protest, supported by the United States and other Western countries. And I don't know which other countries might have been involved. Who knows? But the end result is a lot of people ended up dead because the Iranian government just pushed back. And as much as you see people saying that the Canadian government is this authoritarian dictatorship and accused of all kinds of horrific things, you know, I didn't agree with a lot of the way that like protesters here are treated, but you don't see people hanging public hangings from cranes to make examples of people or hanging them from bridges, right? That's a whole different thing, and that's what goes on in Iran. So no tears shed for the demise of the Ayatollah, and I can certainly see why his son, the new leader, has a target painted right on his forehead. I totally get it.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, it's scary because look, it's 12/7/72 B51 earlier, and sorry to refer to your comment 72, but I'll say this. You said earlier that's not our Canadian problem. I'm sorry, guys, and you're wrong, and I'll tell you why. Rick just said it, and I'll say it this way. Trump can decide what is the new regime of that country. What doesn't tell you that now our country is next, and that's our regime who's going to change under Trump's or under whatever he wants. It's scary, man.
Yeah, and you said the words earlier. It depends on how you do it. That's the nuance in it, right? I don't agree with the way this is being done because I think it is a violation of international rules, international law. It's a violation of another country's sovereignty. You have to justify it, and you should be working with allies, with lots of nations to build a coalition so that you're all working together to apply pressure and take whatever actions you can justify in order to affect change in a country like Iran. To just do it alone is risky. It also turns you into to just go in and just start dropping bombs as they have done. It is, if it's illegal, and I think it is. Now you're what good is the change if it's achieved through illegal means? How do you assert or bring the rule of law to a country, to a society, if you're doing it through illegal means? It doesn't mean anything. How do you bring democracy to a country if you're imposing it? That's not democracy.
No.
So it's how you do it, and it is crucial. It's because otherwise, it's just illegitimate from the get-go, and people will never take it seriously, and it will always be subject to challenge.
Two wrongs doesn't make it good.
Yes. So I hope Trump is right. I hope it is a short war. I hope that he's right when he says that it's almost over. I hope he's right with his with whatever plan it is that he seems to not have. I hope that it results in positive change, and I hope it does result in more freedom for the people and a better standard of living and less oppression. But I'm not convinced that that's actually going to happen here, regardless of what he says. And what we've also seen is that even when you have people bombed and places like Gaza just leveled, he'll come back and say, "Oh, the people are much happier now." And I don't think they're really any happier or any better off. He'll just make the claim, and some people will just believe it. Who knows, Ian, what's going to come next? I think we've got pain coming right here, actually, because of the spike in the oil prices and potentially even terrorism on the home front.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're right. I see pain too. Pain in my pockets, pain in my butt, and probably pain in my street. Because, okay, I don't have a car, but tell you what, guys, grocery gonna sort out probably also, because of the price of gas always have a consequence on your grocery. So
Look at the price of oil. This is I set this graph up earlier. This is, it spiked overnight at over $100 a barrel. And it's come down to about 85 now. The reason it came down, it seems, is because Trump came out with that statement today saying, "Oh, it's pretty much under control. It's the war's almost over." So that sent the price back down. I think that's why he did it. I think that's why he said what he said. But just because he says it doesn't make it so. This is still subject to change overnight and tomorrow and next week, and we'll see how long this goes on. And if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't open to regular traffic pretty soon, you're going to see real problems here with this pricing. This has echoes of the 1970s to me. Gas lineups, gas shortages, gas rationing even. I remember those days.
Oh yeah, well, I have my history about that too, and tell you what, you were rationing because I think it was like 20% of the oil back in the days that was stuck up back then, or that was
well, this is what you're dealing with here right now is 20% of the oil.
Oh, okay.
Goes through the
That's
Strait of
today.
Hormuz. Yeah.
Okay, and it was less than that in the 70s, and you had to deal with those, shortage of diesel. So I mean, seriously, I think that's gonna come here too, because we are more people than in the 70s. There are probably more gas, but we are more people consuming gas, so that's gonna have a lot of impact.
Well, the price of gas, like at the pump, it has already spiked. You've seen in the US, I was talking to some people today. The price is kind of ranging between like $3.81 a gallon, as high as an averaged, depending on what state and where, as high as $5.81, and that includes diesel, which is what powers trucks. Everything that you have, every single thing, doesn't matter what it is, everything. This can of ginger ale, this cup, this phone, doesn't matter what you buy, all your groceries, every single thing, everything comes by truck, right? And before that, on a ship or a plane or whatever, if it's imported, just everything depends on the price of fuel. It gets baked into the price of everything, and you're seeing a giant spike tonight. And it could get worse unless this thing is brought to a quick resolution.
Yeah, well, I hope that we're out of it soon, because it's gonna get crazy soon.
This, I think, Ian, could well be the defining moment of Trump's presidency. This could end up being his legacy. This could end up being his undoing if it doesn't go well for him. Now he's, second term, shouldn't really be allowed to run again. I don't know. Some people seem to think he's going to stick around, maybe forever. We'll have to see how that goes. But this could just derail everything, his whole presidency. He's taking a huge gamble here, man.
Julius Caesar and Napoleon had done the same kind of bet back then when they were trying to do the same thing for certain different reason, but it was a bet that they were doing. And how did it end up for them? Not so well all the time.
Do you remember it was about, my goodness, 2-3 weeks ago, maybe longer, I did that program, and the key word around the whole program was hubris. Do you remember when I did that?
Yes.
Do you know what word I've seen popping up in headlines over the past 48 hours? Hubris. Critics using that word to describe what Trump is engaged in here. Yeah. Full of hubris. Yeah, because I think he's overconfident. I think the administration is overconfident. I think that they pulled this thing off in Venezuela. I think I think Trump just believes that they can just do anything, do whatever they want. He may be right. My guess is he's probably going to find out that even if he seems to achieve what he is setting out to achieve, in reality, in the long run, there are going to be negative repercussions from this that will linger maybe for many, many years to come.
Yeah.
I fear, because every time something like this happens, we get some terrible thing, right up to and including 9/11. Look, you see, you do this for it's a law of nature. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You have to be careful what you do. And if you take a negative action against someone, they're going to hit you back, usually, right? And even if you kill someone, if you assassinate the leader of a country, there are a lot of people below that rise up. The next one rises to the top. You take out a drug cartel over there, there's another drug cartel over there waiting to fill the void and pick up the business.
Or like in the movies, you got the kid that you killed the dad, but when the kids grow up, now he's the one who's coming back for you.
That's right. You're making a new generation of terrorists because you've killed some guy's father, and then that kid grows up with that memory and the anger, and that's never going to change. You can't change that level of hatred and anger in someone. Very, very difficult. So they carry that through life and into a whole new generation, and we get it. It's recycle, rinse, and repeat, right? This is the danger. So dropping bombs, I again, that's why my view is you need a Department of Defense, not a Department of War. Because when you take offensive actions, you are often in violation of the very laws that you claim to be there to uphold.
Very true.
Defensive actions are more defensible.
Yep.
So I'm not impressed with a hard drinking, steroid laden, tattooed Secretary of War. Doesn't impress me much. It takes a lot more work and a lot more brain power to come up with solutions to reach a long-term, lasting, meaningful peace. But at the same time, I totally get the frustration, and I have no sympathy at all for the Iranian government because of the way that they behave and what they do. And they in themselves are, I think, a victim of their own offensive actions, where they have so much anger, and there's so much history there that they can't let go of, that they attack. And when they attack, then they set themselves up for retaliation from other countries. You start retaliating to the Israeli and American attacks by attacking all the countries around you, even if you're attacking bases that are in those countries. Now you've just left yourself wide open to attacks from all those other countries, and you bring those countries in. Now you've got, I think the UK is sending an aircraft carrier there and some other ships where they weren't sending anything before, but they are now.
Yep.
Canada's sitting back. See, this is where Carney's language, you have to read between the lines just a little bit. He says Canada will support our allies when it makes sense. When would it make sense? When Canada is attacked. When a NATO country or an allied country is attacked. Right? So an attack against a British base, they're our ally. We'll support you. We'll help defend you. Now it's defensive, not offensive. See? Now it's defensible, it's justified, and that's the trap that Iran walks into. That's why it was a stupid thing to do what they did on October 7th. and they got Israel retaliating. And you can throw whatever conspiracy theory you want around that and say that Israel let it happen, blah, 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 blah. The bottom line is they're both wrong. And now
Very
we've got
true.
this. So here we go. Here we go again. Next level. And maybe World War III. In fact, I think we've been in World War III for quite a while. This is just the next level.
Put
It's
ourselves
World War
into.
III, just ramping it up, in my view. Oops, I lost Ian there. Lost Ian. Maybe he lost his power. No, he's back. Okay.
I'm back.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm back.
Sure. So that's where things stand tonight. I don't know, man. And in 127, I want to rip Canada apart and become the 51st state person. So you do nothing is the comment? No, you don't do nothing. They're just different ways of achieving the result. I'm all for trying to defend people who are being oppressed. At the same time, you need to follow. You need rules, otherwise it does descend into chaos. And you're putting American lives at risk, Canadian lives at risk, British lives at risk, Australian lives.
Mhm.
All these allied countries. Here we go again. The next big war. And it's not. I don't sit here and I'm not going to sit here and tell you I've got all the solutions, and I just know that it's a trap when you just take unilateral action like that and start hammering people. Because after you do that, generally speaking, if you conquer, you have to control after. And if you just need to control, then you become an authoritarian over time. So that's the difference between Canada and the United States, really fundamentally, is that the United States is a conquering nation, and that has generally worked sort of, kind of. Canada has been a country of cooperation,
Peacekeeper.
conciliation. Yes. And you're seeing that in our laws right now, and the way that we approach First Nations issues, of rightly or wrongly. But we have always tried to solve things without war, because, as I pointed out many times, that's what Sir John A. Macdonald, our first conservative prime minister, the first prime minister of Canada, wanted to avoid. He saw what happened with the American Civil War, didn't want that bloodshed up here in Canada. And that's why he advocated for the kind of government, the system that we have, which is different than what they have in the States. And the division down there flowing up into Canada even today. And if you look at the history of the United States, it has always wound up being a conquering nation. And that's what's going on in Iran tonight. So, no, I mean, it hasn't always been that. Depending on the president in place and the administration, but it keeps coming back to conflict. It's complicated. It's and but at the same time, when you are when you're number one, somebody's always coming looking for you to pick a fight, right?
Yep. They want the first place too.
That's right. It's there's an old thing from the automotive industry. What was the company? Was it Pontiac? Maybe no. General Motors company. Anyway, maybe it was Chevrolet. Anyway, it's called the penalty of leadership. I remember that. Yeah, everybody's coming for you when you're number one all the time. You somebody's always gonna be picking a fight with you. If you're the fastest gun in the West, there's somebody who wants to take that from you. So you better look out, because eventually And that's the thing, right? You might just meet your match one day. Eventually, you probably will. And with that being said, just mentioning the auto industry, keep in mind that it wasn't long ago General Motors actually did go bankrupt. And the only thing that saved it was what? A government bailout. So even the biggest and the mightiest and the most invincible can fall. Always remember that, man. That's why maybe it's better to have friends and seek peace through friendship rather than just through strength. You need kind of both. You need to be strong, but as I keep saying, man, peace, not peace through strength all the time. Maybe you find strength through peace too.
I like what you said. We need friends. You know why?
Yeah.
I'll leave it tonight with a quote from Martin Niemöller that goes like this. First they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I'm not a socialist. Then they came for a trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I'm not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out for the Jews because I'm not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there were no one left to speak for me. So guys, that means that if you don't speak out for the guys next to you, even if you don't agree with them, you might end up in the same tragedy, and that will be your hand.
You highlighted something very important there too, is with my final thought tonight, and that is the other night I made reference to Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta's comment saying, if you're going to call somebody a Nazi, you better be in reference to the Jews and the Holocaust. Otherwise, it's off limits, right? No. What you just shared shows that fascism, Nazism, authoritarianism, being a Nazi, it was never just about the Jews. They targeted many people. Hatred comes in a lot of different varieties, and authoritarianism does too. It comes in the form of just all kinds of oppressive regimes, the Khmer Rouge, right through to what we're seeing in Iran today. So it's not just limited to that. And with that in mind, I just highlight again that strength through peace. If we can get there, that we'd be way better off. But we'll see if Donald Trump's plan without a plan results in a positive outcome. Maybe rolling the dice this time will achieve a positive result. I just know this, Ian. Regardless of what happens, we're all in for a lot more inflation. So brace yourself, because at the grocery store moving forward, we're going to be paying more, and you're going to be paying more at the pump, certainly in the short run, maybe in the long run. I don't know, but it's not looking good. That being said, I'll leave you with this song we haven't played for a while from Maverick and the News Brothers, Midnight Grocery Run. And we'll see you back here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern on the flip side. And hold on to your wallets. Later, Gators.
Under neon lights after 24/7. Cereal boxes stacked like they're from heaven. Cartwheels squeak while hearts untucked. Past the pickles and we're straight up struck. Midnight grocery run, feeling so divine. Bananas in the basket and we're losing track of time. Laughing through the aisles with you right by my side. This midnight grocery run's a wild ride. Frozen pizzas and a chocolate pie. Scanning items neath the starry sky. Fluorescent glow makes everything so real. In this wonderland we break the seal. Midnight grocery run, feeling so divine. Bananas in the basket and we're losing track of time. Laughing grocery runs a wild ride. Here's smart, they know the drill. Roulette moments give a midnight thrill. We dance down aisle 4 like no one sees. Just some dreamers lost in fantasies. Midnight grocery run, feeling so divine. Bananas in the basket and we're losing track of time. Laughing through the aisles with you right by my side. This midnight grocery run's a wild ride.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.